Welcome, guys, to the Omni Games roster video. So today, I'm going to be going over with you guys, before the Omni Games begins, who is going to partake in the games, but I am not going to be sharing specifically the players. Instead, I will be going down one by one the names of the characters, and you will see the player number next to each individual character. So you will see at least the idea of who will be participating and what player they will specifically be. And the rest, as the games themselves and the boss, which you can already infer is Omni, you will see in due time whenever the games release, following very, very, very soon after this roster video. But this video is to specifically share with you guys the roster in which you will be seeing the most epic version of any Squid Games representation take place. So with all that said, if there are parts in between you do not get a full field view of said character or want to see a proper representation of that character, I will either put timestamps, or you may pause or slow down between each interval at the point of introducing each character. Other than that, it's going to be basically saying the name of every character and which show, outing, real life, or wherever they come from. But it will be happening super kind of quick, up till about 10 seconds, maybe a tiny bit more, and more or less getting to the point of each character and what they come from, and then at the very end explaining small little things leading to what the games are going to bring. So with all that said, let's get into the games roster. Rick Grimes from The Walking Dead. Negan Smith from The Walking Dead. Daryl Dixon from The Walking Dead. Clark Griffin from The 100. Alicia Clark from Fear the Walking Dead. Katniss from Hunger Games. John Wick from John Wick. The Miz, WWE. R-Truth from WWE. Lizzie from The Walking Dead. Mika from The Walking Dead. Mr. Satan or Hercule from Dragon Ball Z. Shane Walsh from The Walking Dead. Nick Clark from Fear the Walking Dead. Glenn Rhee from The Walking Dead. Bellamy from The 100. Beta from The Walking Dead. Sophia from The Walking Dead. Maddie Bosch from Bosch. Braun Breaker, WWE. Sidney Prescott from Scream. Amanda from Saw. Mark Hoffman from Saw. John Kramer from Saw. Billy Loomis from Scream. Crystal May from The Hunt. Troy Otto from Fear the Walking Dead. Eddie Brock from Sony's Venom. Morgan Jones from The Walking Dead. Leon Kennedy from Resident Evil. The Punisher from Marvel. Hitler. Chris Walker from Outlast. Richard Traeger from Outlast. Steve Rogers from Marvel. Megan from Megan. Chucky from Chucky. Tony Stark from Marvel. Henry Hart from Henry Danger. Black Widow from Marvel. Duke Desmond from Salvage. Gollum from Lord of the Rings. Randy Meeks from Scream. John Cena, WWE and Hollywood. Dwayne Johnson The Rock from WWE and Hollywood. Stewie Griffin from Family Guy. Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob. Phineas from Phineas and Ferb. Ferb from Phineas and Ferb. Dr. Doofenshmirtz from Phineas and Ferb. Perry the Platypus from Phineas and Ferb. Bucky Barnes from Marvel. Krauser from Resident Evil. Max from Babysitter. Undertaker, WWE. Emil from Fear the Walking Dead. Governor from The Walking Dead. Carol from The Walking Dead. Carl Grimes from The Walking Dead. Judith Grimes from The Walking Dead. Michonne Grimes from The Walking Dead. Lori Grimes from The Walking Dead. T-Dog from The Walking Dead. Merle Dixon from The Walking Dead. Nick Fury from Marvel. Jeffy from SML. Brooklyn T. Guy from SML. Dale Horvath from The Walking Dead. Herschel from The Walking Dead. Maggie Rhee from The Walking Dead. Beth Rhee from The Walking Dead. Plankton from SpongeBob. Madison Clark from Fear the Walking Dead. Mercer from The Walking Dead. Brandon Carver from The Walking Dead. Michael Jackson. Flynn Rider, aka Eugene Fitzherbert from Tangled. Leah Shaw from The Walking Dead. Hawkeye from Marvel. Roman Reigns, WWE. Abraham Ford from The Walking Dead. Daniel Salazar from Fear the Walking Dead. Amy from The Walking Dead. Father Gabriel from The Walking Dead. Aaron from The Walking Dead. Owen from The Walking Dead. Dwight from both The Walking Dead and Fear. Len from The Walking Dead. Joe from The Walking Dead. Bill Goldberg, WWE. Stu Macher from Scream. Gareth from The Walking Dead. Enid from The Walking Dead. Tara from The Walking Dead. Chris from Fear the Walking Dead. Victor Strand from Fear the Walking Dead. Simon from The Walking Dead. Eastman from The Walking Dead. Tomas from The Walking Dead. Casey Becker from Scream. Dewey Riley from Scream. Jill Roberts from Scream. Tatum Riley from Scream. Tyrese from The Walking Dead. Sheldon Cooper from Big Bang Theory. Eugene Porter from The Walking Dead. Milton Mamet from The Walking Dead. Dr. Jenner from The Walking Dead. Dr. Gordon from Saw. Samantha Carpenter from Scream. Tara Carpenter from Scream. Aaron from You're Next. Mike from Belko Experiment. Boromir from Lord of the Rings. Frodo Baggins from Lord of the Rings. Samwise Gamgee from Lord of the Rings. Braun Strowman, WWE. Brock Lesnar, WWE. Jacob Fatu, WWE. Cookie Monster, Sesame Street. Mr. Johnson, aka Fat Blue, from Sesame Street. Grover, from Sesame Street. Eric Matthews, from Saw. Jeff, from Saw. Jesus, from The Walking Dead. Abraham Lincoln, 16th President. Camille Cabello, singer. Shrek, from Shrek. Puss in Boots, from Shrek and individual Puss in Boots films. Constantine, from Muppets Most Wanted. Jeffrey Dahmer. AJ Lee, WWE. Paige, WWE. Rhea Ripley, WWE. Nikki Bella, WWE. Kevin McAllister, from Home Alone. Stone Cold Steve Austin, WWE. Hulk Hogan, WWE. Stephen Quire, from Greatest Freakout. Norman Nordstrom, from Don't Breathe. CM Punk, WWE. Gunther, WWE. Kraven the Hunter, from Marvel. Paul Heyman, WWE. Silas, Transformers Prime. L.A. Knight, yeah, from WWE. Sam Witwicky, from the Bayverse Transformers. Gru, from Despicable Me. Vector, from Despicable Me. Heath, from The Walking Dead. Jack Darby, from Transformers Prime. Batista, WWE and Hollywood. Bray Wyatt, WWE. Casey, from Casey Undercover. Paul, from Cop Out. Jimmy, from Cop Out. Drew McIntyre, WWE. Ronda Rousey, UFC, WWE, and so on. Tallahassee, from Zombieland. Columbus, from Zombieland. Legolas, from Lord of the Rings. Chuck Norris. Randy Orton, WWE. Joker, from DC and sort of Marvel. Jack and Annie, from Magic Treehouse. Aragorn, from Lord of the Rings. Light Yagami, from Light Yagami, Death Note. Joe, from Resident Evil. Sherlock Holmes. Indiana Jones. Logan Paul, famous media star and WWE. Austin Theory, WWE. Mia, from Evil Dead. Annabeth, from Percy Jackson. Luke, from Percy Jackson. Sandy, from SpongeBob. Squidward, from SpongeBob. Kevin Owens, WWE. Harry and Marv, from Home Alone. Otis, from The Walking Dead. Andrea, from The Walking Dead. Tarzan, from Tarzan. Mowgli, from Jungle Book. Virginia, Fear the Walking Dead. John Dory, Fear the Walking Dead. Gaston, from Beauty and the Beast. Jack Sparrow, from Pirates of the Caribbean. Barbossa, Pirates of the Caribbean. Lydia, from The Walking Dead. Alpha, from The Walking Dead. Connie, from The Walking Dead. Nat, from The Ones Who Live Walking Dead. Bella, from Twilight. Buck, from Ice Age. Mr. Crocker, from Fairly Odd Parents. Joe Swanson, from Family Guy. Peter Griffin, from Family Guy. The Giant Chicken, from Family Guy. Homer Simpson, from The Simpsons. Edward Scissorhands, from Edward Scissorhands. Rue, from Euphoria. Clayton, from Tarzan. Travis from Fear the Walking Dead. Seth Rollins, WWE. Jeff Dunham, famous ventriloquist. Captain Hook from Peter Pan. Captain Long John Silver, Muppet Treasure Island. Will Turner, Pirates of the Caribbean. Alexa Bliss, WWE. Charlotte Flair, WWE. Liam McCracken or Liam O'Cracken, Phineas and Ferb. Shinsuke Nakamura, WWE. Edge from WWE. Big Show from WWE. I Show Speed, famous media star and sort of WWE. Captain Gut from Ice Age. Sully from Monsters Inc. Randall, Monsters Inc. Mike Wazowski, Monsters Inc. Kronk from Emperor's New Groove. Pacha from Emperor's New Groove. Wreck-It Ralph from Wreck-It Ralph. Turbo from Wreck-It Ralph. Hero from Big Hero 6. Tiffany Stratton from WWE. Emperor Cusco from Emperor's New Groove. Damian Priest, WWE. Harry Bosch from Bosch. Steve, aka Jack Black from the Minecraft movie. Aiden Pierce from Watch Dogs. Kermit the Frog, Muppets. Louis Serra from Resident Evil. Chelsea Green, WWE. B from Babysitter. Melanie from Babysitter. Cole from Babysitter. Phoebe from Babysitter. Selena Gomez. Geneva Hannelis, aka Mad Mac from Jessie. Jesse from Jessie. Justin Bieber. Mr. Goodman from SML. Cody Rhodes, WWE. Ash Ketchum from Pokemon. Sir Topham Hatt from Thomas. Bob the Builder from Bob the Builder. Aladdin from Aladdin. Pepsi Man, made up character. Becky Lynch, WWE. Joe Hendry, WWE. Charlie, Fear the Walking Dead. Charlotte from the 100. Murphy from the 100. Sebastian from The Walking Dead. King Ezekiel from The Walking Dead. Princess from The Walking Dead. Madison from Zombieland. Little Rock from Zombieland. Rosita Espinosa from The Walking Dead. Jared from The Walking Dead. Jadis from The Walking Dead. Josiah from Fear the Walking Dead. Angry Grandpa from the famous Angry Grandpa YouTube channel. McJuggernuggets Jesse. Lunatic Dad, aka Larry. Psycho Dad from McJuggernuggets. Beast from Beauty and the Beast. Thorin Oakenshield from Lord of the Rings. Shan Yu from Mulan. Michael, human form from Legion. Robin from Teen Titans. Nightwing from DC. Daredevil from Marvel. Ariana Grande. Eminem. Sam Wilson from Marvel. Rhodey, aka War Machine from Marvel. Norman Osborn, aka Green Goblin Human State from Marvel. Barney the Dinosaur. Donatello from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Leonardo from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Raphael from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Michelangelo from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Frankenstein. Baymax from Big Hero 6. Capper the Cat from My Little Pony the movie. Nick Wilde from Zootopia. Mordecai from Mordecai and Rigby. Rigby from Mordecai and Rigby. Fiona from Shrek. Shen from Kung Fu Panda. Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Leon from Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy. Oogie Boogie from Nightmare Before Christmas. Pete from Kingdom Hearts. Dr. Eggman Robotnik from Sonic. Sleet from Sonic Underground. Dingo from Sonic Underground. Scratch and Grounder from Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. Mario. Luigi. Green Arrow from Marvel. Decker from Power Rangers Samurai. Jaden from Power Rangers Samurai. Mike from Power Rangers Samurai. Kevin from Power Rangers Samurai. Mia from Power Rangers Samurai. Emily from Power Rangers Samurai. Antonio from Power Rangers Samurai. Squilliam Fancy Son from SpongeBob. Patchy the Pirate from SpongeBob. Larry the Lobster from SpongeBob. Tattletale Strangler from SpongeBob. Man Ray from SpongeBob. Dennis from SpongeBob. Burger Beard from SpongeBob. Sister Sam from SpongeBob. Master Udon from SpongeBob. Robin Hood. Gargamel from Smurfs. Vicky from Fairly Odd Parents. Private Pile. Boog from Fanboy and Chum Chum. Jules from Pulp Fiction. Teddy from Fear the Walking Dead. Jade West from Victorious. Mr. Garvey from Key and Peele. Alec Baldwin. Gunnery Sergeant Hartman. Carl from Juntek's Real Life Slender. Lauren from Juntek's Real Life Slender. Mushu from Mulan. Mimi Suku from Jungle to Jungle. Octavia from The 100. The Grinch, Jim Carrey version. Dr. Connors from Marvel. Dr. Otto Octavius without tentacles from Marvel. Brian Griffin from Family Guy. Quagmire from Family Guy. Candace, Phineas and Ferb. Evil Doof from Phineas and Ferb. Evil Carl from Phineas and Ferb. Chris Redfield, Resident Evil. Lucas Baker, human form from Resident Evil. Yummy Mash, YouTuber. Susie Liu, YouTuber. Markiplier, YouTuber. Sasha from The Walking Dead. Sid from Ice Age. Spud, Bob the Builder. Drax from Marvel and DC Guardians of the Galaxy. Red Skull from Marvel. The Iron Masked Marauder from Pokemon. Jesse from Pokemon. James from Pokemon. Gale Weathers from Scream. Cotton Wary from Scream. AJ Styles, WWE. Bianca Belair, WWE. Naomi, WWE. Jade Cargill, WWE. RoboCop from RoboCop. James Bond. Bronson Reed, WWE. Jey Uso, WWE. Jimmy Uso, WWE. Solo Sikoa, WWE. Nia Jax, WWE. Rey Mysterio, WWE. Raquel Rodriguez, WWE. Stephanie McMahon, WWE. Triple H, WWE. Liv Morgan, WWE. Mrs. Puff from SpongeBob. Cruella de Vil from 101 Dalmatians. Evil Queen from Snow White. Queen of Hearts from Alice in Wonderland. Scar from Lion King. Mother Gothel from Tangled, Baloo the bear from Jungle Book, Rafiki the monkey from Lion King, Shere Khan from Jungle Book, Yzma from Emperor's New Groove, Hans from Frozen, Li Shang from Mulan, Jerry from The Walking Dead, Elijah from The Walking Dead, Lance from The Walking Dead, Pamela from The Walking Dead, Morales from The Walking Dead, Dwayne from The Walking Dead, Martinez from The Walking Dead, Gargiulo from The Walking Dead, Clara from The Walking Dead, Martin from The Walking Dead, Dawn from The Walking Dead, Gregory from The Walking Dead, Pete from The Walking Dead, Ron from The Walking Dead, Sam from The Walking Dead, Jesse from The Walking Dead, Big Tiny from The Walking Dead, Oscar from The Walking Dead, Oscar the Grouch from Sesame Street, Axel from The Walking Dead, Andrew from The Walking Dead, Randall from The Walking Dead, Michael Caine Scrooge from Muppet Christmas Carol, Lexa from The 100, Bruce Wayne, human from Batman, Mark Kincaid from Scream, Judy from Scream, Mickey from Scream, Mrs. Loomis from Scream, Mrs. Voorhees from Friday the 13th, Lincoln from The 100, Jill Tuck from Saw, Agent Strom from Saw, Carrie from Saw, Riggs from Saw, Xavier from Saw, Obby from Saw, Aunt Adam from Saw, Tap from Saw, Bobby from Saw, Easton from Saw, Bobby Lashley, WWE, Faramir from Lord of the Rings, Bilbo Baggins from Lord of the Rings, Theoden King from Lord of the Rings, Ophelia from Fear the Walking Dead, Luciana, Fear the Walking Dead, Dakota, Fear the Walking Dead, Wes, Fear the Walking Dead, Ted from the Ted movies, Tracy from Fear the Walking Dead, Jake Otto from Fear the Walking Dead, John Dory Sr., Fear the Walking Dead, June Dory, Fear the Walking Dead, Sherry, The Walking Dead and Fear the Walking Dead, Grace, Fear the Walking Dead, Mo, Fear the Walking Dead, Echo from The 100, Walker from The Walking Dead, Fear, Sami Zayn, WWE, Ronald McDonald, do I even need to say McDonald's? Tex Richmond, Muppets, PETA from Hunger Games, Timmy Turner from Fairly Odd Parents, Jimmy Neutron from Jimmy Neutron, Bubble Bass from SpongeBob, Maddie from The 100, and last but not least, Zoe Parker from Day of the Dead Bloodline. Now, with all that said, that is the complete 456 roster for the Omni games, which will be releasing very, very soon. As for the order of the games, you already know who the master is, staring you right in the face. Omni, the channel mascot, will be the mastermind. Now, as for the order of the games, how the games will go, and the order of them in general, and the overall system of how the games are going to take place, there will be a prelude before the actual parts to the Omni games begin. So stay tuned for that prelude very, very soon. But this roster was to show you guys who is going to be partaking in the games and to get you guys ready for one heck of a time. So, look over this roster carefully, because when the games release, you guys are going to want to be hyped, tuned, and packed for the biggest representation, and honestly, in my opinion, first epic representation of the Squid Games, as the Omni Games are just ahead. So, I will see you guys then, and don't forget to check out the OMNIVERSE's homepage, where our channel mascot Omni, the mastermind behind the Omni Games, will direct you to the Discord, both Google Docs, and everything else the Omniverse has to offer, along with smashing the like button, subbing to the channel, and sharing it all around, and turning on all notifications, and commenting future requests and expectations. And let me know in the comments section, who do you think, before the games start, who do you think will be the first eliminated, and who do you think will make it to the end as the Omni Games grows closer? And I will see you guys for the prelude of the games very, very soon. Hey guys, Nick here, and welcome to the project that took over half a year to make, and the day has finally come. Welcome to Nick's Omniverse of Nick rendition of the Squid Games. Nick's Omni Games, with the head honcho being your channel mascot, Omni himself. Now, before we get started, be sure to smash the like button and subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and check out the About tab and homepage so you don't miss anything for the Omniverse's future, including Omniverse story specials and future exploration with the Omniverse. And this very setup, Nick's Omni Games, is the most crucial thing to look into for it. With all that said, this is not where the games begin. This is the prologue to prepare you for the games. But don't worry, you will not be disappointed with this prologue. Title sounds like it's going to be insignificant, but trust me, come Monday, you'll be glad the prologue came first. So with that said, let's get started. First, it's going to be all 456 people, just like the Squid Games. As for the rules, I am going to be incorporating all seasons of Squid Game, 1, 2, and 3. All the games and everything into the Omni Games. As for the list of games that occur and the way that it's worked around to fit into this new rendition, the Omni Games, that is going to be a complete and total surprise. Next, there's not going to be votes, and there's not going to be an uprising, because those would kill the absolute momentum that this is not the original Squid Game. I might be taking parts and inspiration from said Squid Game, but this is the Omni Games, completely and originally my idea. So, those two things would destroy what this project is. Next, the prize is going to be 500 billion, and whoever makes it at the end is the newest member of the Omniverse storyline and family, alongside Thunder, Omni, myself, and yeah. But you shall see at the end. Also, everyone will have the same Squid Game tracksuits, and they will have a futuristic shock collar on them, As for why and what it does, that will be explained after red light, green light. So just know they're going to have that. Much different than the original Squid Game people. And they are not. No character in the roster is from the original Squid Games. Watch the Omni Games roster so you know who the 456 people are. All of the guards are going to be specifically omniversal colored, and it will not just be the triangle, square, and circle. We are going to have hexagons, octagons, trapezoids, stars, crescents, hearts, every single shape that you can imagine. And their main weapon of choice, plasma magnum. And there's no better person to start red light, green light than Annabelle the doll, replacing the doll from the original Squid Game. So that's Annabelle for you. Best place to put her. Also, it is going to be sort of stopped by like close to the pretty much final games, but there will be a bracket and reminder for who is eliminated for those who don't remember. But I would specifically, especially since it's sort of died off before the last 3 games, that you pay extra attention to when it does start to slow off. Pay attention to the crucial moments as to when specific characters are eliminated. And with that said, we get to Annabelle and the first few guards as we get set in to the Omni games themselves. Red light, green light. And all 456 of the people chosen for the games are summoned and about to compete in the best Squid Games rendition I feel you guys and the entire Omniverse, and maybe even world, depending on who sees this, will ever look at. With that said, stay tuned for Monday, as this prologue, I hope, has reined you in for the Omni Games and the biggest moment for the Omniverse of Nick's future. I'll see you guys Monday for when the games truly begin. Hey guys, Nick here. Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and Nick's Omni Games. The Omniverse of Nick's rendition of Squid Game. Before we get started, be sure to check out the roster video and prologue to the Omni Games so you do not forget what the games are about and who is in them, along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, and checking out the About tab and homepage so you don't miss anything for the Omniverse's future. With all that said, let's begin. So, everybody is set in. All 456 people are just wondering where they are. Nobody knows who the other is, except the vast majority of people, which I'll get to later in the games. And they have no idea where they are. But they see a bunch of guards. They see they are in some kind of nice-ish terrain. They don't even know where they are. To be real, and they're all in these outfits and they have the collars on their necks. It's like, what the frick is going on here? But then at the very far end of where this area, wherever the frick they are, they see a doll, Annabelle, near a bunch of guards, and they see her turn herself, press herself against a giant tree, and a timer of 5 minutes with 2 guards next to her and her against a tree. Boom, 5 minutes and green lights. So everybody pretty much knows. Come on, I get it. I'm gonna point this out later in the games, and it's obviously a thing for everybody, but everybody knows what red light, green light is, okay? So, yeah, everybody, even those who wouldn't, they all just see mainly everybody else running and is like, okay, we're running. Then Annabelle demonically turns around and says red light, which would be the scariest freaking thing ever and is the sole reason why I picked Annabelle to be the person for red light, green light. So everybody just stops, but not everybody. Golem keeps on running and gets shot right in the collar, and his freaking head blows up. And Golem, player 42, is eliminated. Chris Walker runs, not caring, and he gets shot, and Chris Walker, player 33, is eliminated. Then, Evil Queen and Queen of Hearts, they just strode on through after red light, and they are eliminated. Players 379 and 380, Evil Queen and Queen of Hearts, are eliminated. And then Scar and Shere Khan, they try to pounce and go forward and attack the guards and just do something, but they are eliminated. Player 381 Scar and 385 Shere Khan are eliminated. Then Joker and Turbo run forward, and they are shot. And player 225 Turbo and 164 Joker are eliminated. Frankenstein just mindlessly pushes through, and he is shot and eliminated. And 286 Frankenstein is eliminated. Xavier goes forward and is shot. 424 Xavier is eliminated. Player 320 Sister Sam is shot and eliminated. And at this point, everybody's getting the gist of like, okay, this is kind of serious. Like, people are just getting shot left, right, and center. It's crazy. And a good amount that, like, some of these people knew. Eventually, everybody reaches the finish. But not everybody. Player 37, Chucky, just tries to go through, but is shot and eliminated. Herschel doesn't get the chance to get to the finish because he's too slow. So, player 69, Herschel, is eliminated. John Kramer can't get to the finish because he's too slow. So, player 24, John Kramer, is eliminated. Plankton can't get to the finish because he's too slow. Even trying to hop over people doesn't work because they're going too fast. Half the time he ends up getting stepped on. Isn't that ironic? So, player 72, Plankton, is eliminated. Jeff can't get to the finish because he's too freaking stupid and he's Jeff. So, player 124, Jeff, is eliminated. Hulk Hogan doesn't get to make it because he's too slow. So player 138, Hulk Hogan, is eliminated. Nordstrom is eliminated because of his blindness and the fact that he's just too slow. So player 140, Nordstrom, is eliminated. Otis is eliminated because speed. Player 182, Otis, is eliminated. Charlotte is shot because she's too scared and she's not fast enough to keep up. So, player 254, Charlotte, is eliminated. Sebastian is shot not because of his speed, but because of his stupidity and just his motives, like what he is doing in the moment and just his character. Player 256, Sebastian Milton, is eliminated. Jared is then shot and eliminated because he's freaking Jared and he would rather go for a person or try to escape like Sebastian and not pay attention to the fact that his freaking life's in danger if he doesn't obey the rules. So, player 262, Jared, is eliminated. Angry Grandpa is eliminated because he's too slow and too angry and too stubborn. So player 265, Angry Grandpa, is eliminated. Player 287, Baymax, is eliminated because he's too slow, doesn't have any powers, and he doesn't understand any of what is going on. So player 287, Baymax, is eliminated. Martin is eliminated for many reasons, like Jared and Sebastian, for being too stupid, not understanding the situation, and not stopping when he should. So player 398, Martin, is eliminated. Gregory is then shot because he's freaking Gregory, and we all know because of speed and because of stupidity, Gregory would get shot. Player 400, Gregory, is eliminated. Pete is then shot because he's freaking Pete and would not listen or care anything as to why he's there or what to do. So player 401, Pete, is eliminated. Ron would get eliminated because of Pete's death and just his own freaking character and, you know, the stubbornness and speed and freaking stupidity of Ron. So player 402, Ron, is eliminated. Sam follows suit because whiny kid, doesn't understand what's going on, and completely stupid boy. So player 403, Sam, is eliminated. Player 404, Jessie, is then eliminated because her whole family's dead. She doesn't understand what's going on. Her character, and not so much stupidity, but her family, and just her character. Player 404, Jessie, is eliminated. Then Michael Caine's Scrooge is eliminated because he's too slow, so he doesn't get to make it to the finish line. So player 411, Michael Caine's Scrooge, is eliminated. And last but not least, John Dory Sr. is eliminated because he's too slow and he just barely gets to the finish line, but it's not soon in time. So player 441, John Dory Sr., is eliminated. So, finally, everybody who is eliminated made it to the end and crossed in to red light, green light's ending, gets to the room in which the Squid Game people would sleep, take the vote, etc., etc. The main room. The Omni Games participants are put in to this room you see here, the Omni Games room. And it is a mixture of emotions because nobody knows what to think. Nobody knows who almost all the people are. They've seen a bunch of people who kind of they knew and kind of didn't get shot. There's no explanation as to what's going on. Nobody knows anything, and it's a complete cluster, you know what, of just what the frick is going on here. Shen then makes himself known and sees a perfect chance for maybe an uprising. And honestly, he sees a lot of potential helpers. First of which being player 328, Teddy. And the two get to having a conversation. And Shen, this is very interesting for him. He doesn't ever think he has met a human being before. And Teddy's never seen a sentient freaking bird creature thing. And this actually intrigues the two of them, and they begin to form a partnership. Rick Grimes gets to meet Clark, and they start talking and see a lot of similarities. They're big leaders, and, you know, they're starting to get along. Alicia, Nick, and Madison find themselves together, and they have no idea what to expect, but they're happy that they're together. And then we see a lot of lookalikes face off. Alicia finds herself completely dumbfounded at the whole idea of Lexa, player 412, looking almost exactly like her, except more ruthless and far more determined. Then Casey sees herself looking at a look-alike Rue. And they're just like, what is going on? And then, last but not least, Phoebe and Tara. It's just a whole look-alike fest, and nobody knows what to think. And then the doors open up. A huge omniversal door opens up, and 6 guards step out. A circle, triangle, square, hexagon, octagon, pyramid. It's just a bunch of different shapes. Like I said before, if you notice the people getting eliminated and the guard shapes on their faces, including the sunflower, which I know is kind of funny, but I included it because, like I said in the prologue, there is not just going to be circle, triangle, and square like the OG Squid games. This is the Omni games. And they are omniversal colored with plasma magnums in hand. And one of the guards goes and is about to speak, but Hans demands to know what is going on here and says, "You have every single right to tell us what we are doing here and why we are here, or you'll answer to me, person." And just before he can rant on this guard some more, he's shot in the collar and blown to Kingdom Come. Hans, player 387, is eliminated, which I guarantee you none of us are going to be upset about that. Then the guard proceeds to speak. He says that every single one of them have come from millions of other worlds to participate in the Omni games. And as they've all noticed, they played in a game sort of trivial and yet very important. Red light, green light. There are way more games to come. And as they've also already seen, not everybody was willing to listen to the rules of the game. And that's why you got over freaking 20, 30 plus eliminations pretty much. And yeah, it is essential that, like this body here on the ground, Hans, you obey the rules and you just do as you're told. Because if not, it will defeat the entire reason as to why you have been sent here. And before talking about stuff more, he tells them about the collars on their necks. It is a futuristic electric shock collar, which will go off A, if they don't follow the rules, B, if they try to rebel or revolt or fight against them, and C, if they are shot, that collar around them that already does shock, if shocked enough times or shot by one of their plasma magnums, the futuristic electric shock collar is liable to freaking blow their heads off if shot. So yeah, shocked enough, it could literally kill them. Blown up by a plasma magnum and shot like that, it'll blow their freaking head off. So, probably good for them to obey the rules. And last but not least, the prize, as they can see in the pink orb above them in this Omni room, this is the room that they will come back to every single game that they are done. And this orb above them, this big orb above them, is the prize of $500 billion. And an even more illustrious omniversal prize waits for them at the end. Something far greater than the 500 billion, but a humongous prize all the same. And all they must do is follow the rules and play the games. If so, we'll see who makes it to the end. And all the guards stand at the door waiting for everybody to go ahead and line up for the next game. And they are demonstrated in a room with Omni-like styled cookies of all different shapes. Circles, leaves, rectangles, umbrellas, hearts, crescents, and I also want to point out, these cookies are far stronger, far more durable, and far different than the canonical cookies shown in the Squid Game timeline. And the picks, quote unquote, that they will be getting to pick the shapes out of the cookies are Omni style toothpicks, which are also stronger and more durable than the other ones. And so, everybody gets ready while the guards stand by the cookies for cookie game number 2. How will the rest of the games go? How do you think that our entire cast will go, especially with those who are killed in red light, green light, with people who will revolt, rebel, the callers, their attitudes, potential team-ups like Teddy and Shen? What do you think will actually be the end game here? Who could make it to the end? And as you've seen, the first one eliminated. Who will be the last one standing? And what could we see in future games as the second game is set in motion for the future of Nick's Omni games? Hey guys, Nick here. Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and Nick's Omni games. The Dalgona cookie game. Before we get started, be sure to smash the like button and subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick. Check out the About tab and homepage so you don't miss anything for the Omniverse's past, present, and future. And make sure to catch up on the roster video and the last 2 parts just made for the Omni games. With all that said, let's get started. So, the guards are lined up at the Dalgona cookie game with the Omni-style cookies and much different shapes, just like the guards. So, now we see who gets eliminated. Richard Traeger is the first one to go. So, he is eliminated. Then, Duke. I know, wrong number for his outfit, but, can't be good on everything, right? Anyways, Duke is eliminated. Then Brooklyn T. Guy, Owen, Simon, Braun Strowman, Jacob Fatu, Cookie Monster. Like, come on, really? He just starts devouring any and all cookies before him, even tries to go for the ones that the participants who didn't pass yet have, and just starts going hog wild. So the guards have no choice. They just all eviscerate him at once. So, Cookie Monster's eliminated. Kind of obvious when you put Cookie Monster in a game with cookies. Like, come on now. Lucky enough that he got past red light, green light, He wasn't getting past this game. Then, Mr. Johnson, or Fat Blue, Shrek, Stephen Quire, Paul Heyman, Batista, Tallahassee, Chuck Norris, Squidward, Logan Paul, Kevin Owens, Harry and Marv, Homer Simpson, Edward Scissorhands, because, obviously, he might be a very, 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 very talented, work artist with his scissor hands and, decor, but working with a cookie, very, no. Big Show, Sully. Funny enough, his outfit actually rendered in the scene and not in the frickin' roster video, Ironically enough, it's for his death. Wreck-It Ralph, Mr. Goodman, Sir Topham Hatt, which, upsets me, but hey, it's just Sir Topham Hatt. He would not be able to do this. Beast, Raphael, Michelangelo, Shaggy, Dingo, Scratch and Grounder, Squilliam, ironically rendered as Squidward, Larry the Lobster, the Tattletale Strangler, Vicky, Boog, Private Pile, Spud, Drax, Jesse and James, Big Bronson Reed, Solo Sokoa, Nia Jax, Blue the Bear, Big Tiny, Randall, Andrew, Tex Richmond, Bubble Bass, and Timmy Turner are all eliminated in the Dalgona cookie game. Many of them because of size, stupidity, working around the game, time running out, or just their character not wanting them to play the game at all. And like Cookie Monster, like, come on, there was no way that I was going to make Cookie Monster survive a game and get through it without literally demolishing the cookies in his mouth. So, yeah. And yeah, so the game is over. Then the group gets back into the room, the Omni Games room, lobby, whatever the frick you want to call it. And with red light, green light, and the Dalgona cookie game, there are 369 people left in the game. Just in case I didn't put it for the first game. So this is a rough estimate right now, or, a completely accurate estimate for you guys, so you could remember how many people are left each game, which after this game, I started doing more. And I pretty much just left it behind also because of red light, green light to get the game in movement and not worry about the numbers until I was like set in movement of the games, And now, worry, surprise, being afraid, and just all feelings that they were feeling after the first game, consider them like maximized 20-fold. But we're starting to see a lot more interesting character interactions. First, Shen and Teddy have actually fully gotten on board with a partnership and plan to take the games over themselves when given the chance. Hitler and Red Skull also form an alliance, knowing each other inside and out, being aligned with each other, and these games being the perfect opportunity for that moment. Lizzie also gets to see Beta and Alpha, and she actually takes quite a liking to them, hearing about their group, the Whisperers, and it's like everything she wanted. And Alpha and Beta see her just as an annoying little girl like Lydia, but Alpha, throughout everything, still loves her daughter, and Lydia's in this freaking contest, mind you, and could see Lizzie as another asset for their group when given the chance to take these games for themselves. So, Lizzie is going to be a part of the Whisperers in these games, essentially. And this also teases whenever I made Lizzie and Alpha in a story over 3 years ago. Shane and Punisher meet together and discover they are a lot alike. And this is, again, a very much so likeness, meeting people that look and almost act exactly alike. This is just another one of those examples. And the Omni Games is the fruit laboring, pinpoint accurate moment to include those. It's the frickin' Omniverse. What do you know? And now we are on to game number 3. And the guards get ready and style everybody in to the Omni style 6-legged pentathlon. With the games in motion thus far, 369 people left. Alliances, interactions, and the killings being very interesting, and probably for most of you, if not all of you, very just coming out of left field, considering what the games and Squid Game, Omni Game, whatever you want to call it, and just everything in motion, the way it has gone thus far. Who do you guys think getting more in, especially into the third game, will truly come out on top? And how long will alliances, interactions, and things last before the games start to get truly, bloodily serious? find out in the next game. Hey guys, Nick here. Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and Nick's Omni Games, the six-legged pentathlon. Before we get started, be sure to smash the like button and subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick. Check out the About Seven homepage so you don't miss anything for the Omniverse's past, present, and future. And make sure you catch up with the Omni Games roster and several parts beforehand so you know what you are in store for going forward with the Omni Games. All that said, let's begin. So, we open with the guards making way for the remaining 369 participants to get in to the six-legged pentathlon. And now I will be showing off the teams of 5, including those who are eliminated. This will be a longer video, so just trust me, it's very important. So, the teams go as follow. Lexa, Alicia, Nikki Bella, Octavia, and Echo all stay in. The team of Sydney Prescott, Clark, Katniss, Maddie Bosch, and Crystal all stay in. The team of Hitler, Red Skull, Gargamel, Mr. Crocker, and Gothel just barely manage to survive. The team of Negan, Phineas, Mike Wazowski, Jerry, and Sleet managed to win. The team of Kevin, Antonio, Mike, Mia, and Emily, aka the Power Rangers, all managed to get through. The team of Gunnery Sergeant Hartman, Jadis, Jade Cargill, Glenn, and Captain Li Shang all managed to get through. Jadis and Gunnery Sergeant Hartman try to power and argue through control of their team, but Glenn and Captain Li Shang, being leaders themselves, just try to calm the situation, and Jade Cargill's just sitting there grinning. The team of Heath, Justin Bieber, Gail Weathers, Drew McIntyre, and Cotton Weary, they get eliminated because of weak control and team control, especially with Drew McIntyre and Gail. It's just, this team does not work. The team of Bill Goldberg, Sherlock Holmes, Indiana Jones, Merle Dixon, and Joe managed to win. The team of Hercule, Man Ray, Vector, T-Dog, and Adam, they get eliminated because of Man Ray and Vector fighting for control, stupidity in the team, and weak control for the team. Especially Hercule being a coward, seeing all this happen. Yeah, this team's doomed for disaster. The team of Nick Fury, Bobby Lashley, Capper, Nick, so basically 2 Nicks, ironically, and Oscar just barely managed to win. The team of Dale Horvath, Beth, Gabriel, Bianca Belair, and Amy managed to get through. The team of Seth Rollins, Oscar the Grouch, Axel, Josiah, and Jules just barely managed to make it through. The team of Maggie, Jeffy, Psycho Dad, Lunatic Dad, and McJuggernuggets Jesse just barely managed to make it through. The team of Michael, Human Form, Thor and Oakenshield, Sean Yu, John Dory, and Virginia just barely managed to make it through. The team of Alexa, Charlotte, Tiffany, Annabeth, and Emperor Cusco make it through. The team of Damian Priest, Jade, Harry Bosch, Alec Baldwin, and Mr. Garvey just barely managed to make it through. The team of Nightwing, Robin, Daredevil, Eminem, and Sam Wilson managed to win. The team of Giant Chicken, Buck, Barney, Clayton, and Fiona managed to win. Clayton almost screws everything up for himself and the team, but this is a much smarter and determined Clayton, and he just laughs at the fact that not only did he make it through, but he is stuck with a freaking chicken and ogre and seeing all these creatures and everything. This is just baffling to Clayton, who thought that gorillas and a man, born with gorillas, Tarzan, is number one here, and he thought he's seen it all. The team of Oogie Boogie, Leonardo, Donatello, Mordecai, and Rigby win. Like, I don't even know to tell you how much that they would win. You have Oogie Boogie, a master strategist, cheater, and just knower of almost every game. So this is nothing to him. The team of Leonardo and Donatello together, mastery and teamwork. So yeah, and Mordecai and Rigby, they're stupid, but they are a very good team. So the might and teamwork of Oogie Boogie, Leonardo, and Donatello make up for the fact that Mordecai and Rigby are stupid. But they have the three others to make up for that. And they're still a good team. The team of Hiro Hamada, Bruce Wayne, the Green Goblin as Harry Osborn, Kronk, and Rhodey all managed to win. Team of Flynn Rider, Madison, Leon, Mercer, and Carver managed to get through. Then we have Shen, Teddy, Carl, Lauren, and Mushu, and they managed to win. And Shen and Teddy have, if that wasn't obvious already, they have fully made it obvious that they are a combined unit. Lauren is noticing this and noticing that this could become trouble not just for them, but for everyone in these games. And they thought Slender was one thing. Carl says there's nothing they can do about that, but try to maybe warn some others and just get through the bloody games. And Mushu's like, you really expect us to get through games like these? I'm just a friggin' little fighting dragon. Bonafide guardian dragon. I didn't sign up for any of this. So, Mushu, Carl, and Lauren are the main ones, complete main ones, to take stock of the fact that Shen and Teddy are a combined unit, and they're not the only ones. The team of Jack Sparrow, Doc Ock, Eggman, or Dr. Robotnik, Patchy the Pirate, and Pete managed to make it through. Team of Tarzan, Gaston, Mowgli, Luke, and Barbossa win. Team of Roman Reigns, Ted, Michael Jackson, William Easton, and Bobby make it through. Team of John Wick, Rick Grimes, Daryl Dixon, The Miz, and R-Truth make it through. Team of Lydia, Bella, Nat, PETA, and Connie all make it through. The team of Abraham, Daniel Salazar, Steve Rogers, Shane, and the Punisher, they all make it through. The team of CM Punk, Gunther, Craven the Hunter, Dennis, and Master Udon, they win. The team of Beta, the Grinch, Jim Carrey version, Bellamy, Steve from the Minecraft movie, Jack Black, and Louis Sarah make it through. And Grinch, along with Lizzie, is now teamed with Beta and the Whisperers. And that's a team up that I bet no one would have ever seen coming. And Bellamy has taken stock of this. But like Carl said, Steve said there's nothing they can do about that, but take stock in the fact of who's teamed with who and how freaking dangerous these games are getting. And the team of Ezekiel, Princess, Madison, Rosita, and Little Rock win. The team of Aaron, Dwight, Travis, Len, and Stu Mocker just barely make it through. The team of Lincoln, Randall, Miss Pamela, Jason Voorhees' mother, Jill Roberts, and Sam Carpenter are eliminated because of Randall's trickery and invisibility, which throws everybody off, Pamela Voorhees' violence, Jill Roberts' lack of caring about any of this, and Lincoln and Sam are the only two main teammates who almost managed to just fight through and keep the other three on a loop, but it doesn't work out and they end up all getting killed. The team of Aaron, Tara, Boromir, Faramir, and Mike from the Belko experiments, they all managed to win. The team of Alpha, Mimi Siku, Evil Doofenshmirtz, Quagmire, and Brian just barely scrape through. And Alpha tries to recruit Mimi Siku, but Mimi Siku ain't playing no games. So yeah. The team of Gru, L.A. Knight, yeah, Silas, Evil Carl, and Lucas, they are eliminated because you have basically all evil people besides L.A. Knight, and Gru is the only evil quote-unquote person that actually would listen and team, and you got Silas Lucas, mind you, he's not infected with, Evie's whole infection thing from RE7, but he's still not cooperative, and he's weak. So yeah, this is not a good team. Then you have Decker, Jaden, Robin Hood, whatever the frick you want to call him, Burgerbeard, and Chris Redfield, and they all make it through. Then Bob the Builder, Aladdin, Captain Hook, Will Turner, and Long John Silver from the Muppet movie, they all managed to win. Surprising, I know. But you have basically all captains. Aladdin's a natural survivor, and Bob knows how to make his way through any situation, pretty much, quote unquote. Then you have Sheldon Cooper, Eugene Porter, Dr. Connors without the whole, lizard form type thing. You have Milton, who is a natural scientist, and Dr. Jenner. Then the team of Mrs. Loomis, Mickey, surprised to see them back on the same team, Judy, Mark Kincaid, and Agent Strom. They just barely make it through. The team of Pepsi Man, Cody Rhodes, Jesse from Jesse, Becky Lynch, and Ash Ketchum, they manage to win. And then you get a nice interaction between Jesse and Becky Lynch, where Jesse's like, I love your hair. And it's funny because this would actually be a really nice interaction. But Becky Lynch is not caring about Jesse in the slightest. She is here specifically to win these games and show she is the greatest, not only female wrestler of all time, and it's not just her saying it, but just show that she is the most dominant woman here. And she's going to prove it full front and center. Then the team of AJ Lee, Camille Cabello, Abraham Lincoln, Paige, and Ariana Grande, they win. A team of AJ Styles, Candace, Markiplier, Suzy Lou, and Yummy Mash, they all win. And then you got this team. Naomi as a heel, Sasha, Raquel Rodriguez, the Iron Masked Marauder, and RoboCop. They pretty much are, this is a team destined to die, pretty much. Their only saving grace, and I mean that with a sincere, sincerity, RoboCop saves their lives. So yeah. Then you get a team of Mia from Evil Dead, Sandy Cheeks, Austin Theory, Andrea, and James Bond. They win. Then you get Maddie, Zoe, Amanda, Sophia, and Mika. They managed to win. The team of Braun Breaker, Rey Mysterio, Billy Loomis, Mark Hoffman, and Nick. Another Nick. And they just barely managed to win. Then the team of Morgan Jones, Troy Otto, Lizzie, Eddie without the Venom symbiote, and Megan. They just barely managed to win. Then the team of Leon Kennedy, Henry Hart, Tony, Black Widow, and Randy. They managed to win. Team of John Cena, Rock, Stewie, Mr. Krabs, and Ferb. They win. The team of Krauser, Max, Doofenshmirtz, Perry the Platypus, and Bucky. They managed to win. Team of Edge, Undertaker, Shinsuke Nakamura, Liam O'Kraken, and ISHO Speed managed to win. And, by the way, Krauser and Max take a liking to each other and form a partnership. You're going to be, like you've already seen so far in the games, there's going to be far more of these to come. Then, the team of Carol, Carl, Judith, the Governor, and Emil. The Governor and Emil take a partnership. And with everything known about the Governor, this makes Judith and Carl worry, even though Judith never met the Governor before. But Carol tells them not to worry. She knows they won't make it through the games for long, and she's going to make sure of it. Then you have the team of Michonne, Lori, Hawkeye, Leah, and Gareth. And this team just barely makes it through. And Lori and Michonne actually get to meet each other, since it never happened in the canonical story. And this is also a nod to the vast majority of my stories that I have made them meet. Then, the team of Victor Strand, Eastman, Tara, Chris from Fear, and Enid managed to win. The team of Dewey, Tomas, Casey, Tyrese, and Tatum, this team dies. Mainly because of Tomas. If for no other reason, it's Tomas. Because we saw how well he worked on a team. He didn't listen to any of his prisoner friends, and he tried to kill Rick 38 times. So yeah, this is not a good team. Then, the team of Brock Lesnar, Grover, Frodo, Samwise, and Dr. Gordon managed to win. Team of Constantine, Puss in Boots, Jesus, Jeffrey Dahmer, and Eric, they all managed to lose because Jeffrey Dahmer, he doesn't really care about anything except killing and being a cannibal and being evil. And Constantine, the world's most dangerous frog, he'd care more about blowing everybody up or trying to get the frick out of there himself, that he would just try to blow up the guards or blow up his teammates, and this would just result in all of them dying. Then the team of Kevin McAllister, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Jack, Sam, and Rhea Ripley managed to win. The team Bray Wyatt, Ronda Rousey, Casey from Casey Undercover, Jimmy and Paul managed to win. Team of Randy Orton, Legolas, Columbus, Jack and Annie managed to win. Team of Aragorn, Peter Griffin, Light Yagami, without the book and his magic, Joe from RE7, and another Joe, ironically, they managed to win. Then you have Captain Gut, Aiden Pierce, Rue, Jeff Dunham, and Pacha managed to win. Team of Yzma, Cruella de Vil, Liv Morgan, Mad Mac, or, Genevieve Handleless, and Melanie from The Babysitter. They all win. And Melanie, Liv Morgan, and Mad Mac all take a liking to each other and form a team up of their own. And same with Yzma and Cruella de Vil. And that's honestly what helps the team win even more. Then, team of Walker, Wes, Luciana, and Ophelia all win. Team of Ronald McDonald, Carrie, Sami Zayn, Mrs. Puff, and Rafiki, they all managed to win. Team of Gargiulio, Mo, Dwayne, Dakota, and Tracy all managed to win. The team of Sid the Sloth, Bilbo, Morales, Obby, and Theoden all managed to win. The team of Kermit the Frog, Mario, Luigi, Jimmy, and Jey Uso all managed to win. And Mario and Luigi being twin brothers and seeing Jimmy and Jey as twin brothers, it's very freaking weird. Then, the team of Triple H, Stephanie McMahon, Lance, and Pamela, along with Dawn, managed to win. And Lance, Pamela, Triple H, and Stephanie, all being massive leaders, immediately form a partnership. Dawn feeling like sort of an outcast because of her attitude and the way that they just don't look at her the same as they look at all of each other. Team of Jimmy Neutron, Murphy, B, Jake Otto, and Grace managed to win. The team of Selena Gomez, Cole, Chelsea Green, Joe Hendry, and Sherry all managed to win. The team of Green Arrow, Elijah, Martinez, Riggs, and Tap all managed to win. And the last team, which I actually made a mistake on at the end of this, the last team, June, Charlie, Phoebe, and Jill Tuck all lose. And with all that said, 335 people remain in the contest, and they're all back in the main room. And all of the fear and anxiety and everything they were feeling now turns to determination as they are ready for whatever comes their way next. With more team-ups and more attitude, this has just turned into a much different outlook for the games. As the guards present the next game to them with a room full of terrain, buildings, and so on, and gigantic marbles, along with a giant pearl floating above them, just like the one in the main room for the prize, the Omniversal Marble Game. With all the team-ups and everything, the attitude, the dynamics, the switch-ups, and the focus on what the characters have built for the games, who do you guys think is really going to be the winner, as it literally could be anyone? And, I mean, it was already like that before, but still. And how do you guys think the team-ups will go? Do you think that they will last, like the Shen and Teddy one? Or could the further they get into the games prove that the team-ups don't really mean anything? Stay tuned for the Marble Game. Hey guys, Nick here. Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and the next episode for Nick's Omni Games, the Marble Game. Before we get started, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, check out the About to Heaven homepage so you don't miss anything for the past, present, and future of the Omniverse, and catch up with the roster video and all the prior Omni Games episodes, along with the Omniverse story, which is very crucially important. With all that said, let's begin. So, the guards bring everyone into the next game room, which is surrounded by buildings and overall is just a much different look. And that says a lot. And then in the sky, they see several, along with the giant likelihood, like a likeness of the big, huge, pinkish, purplish, like orb, like right in the main room, like where the prize is. They see a bunch of other gigantic, like ball type things, and the guards say they're giant marbles, but that's not what they should be focusing on. The buildings and where they are in each location is what they should be focusing on. And their target is the biggest thing they see in this room. A gigantic freaking marble in the sky, floating directly in the center of the room. And they all are given Omniverse style marbles, and they must throw those marbles from each location in the room they are in as hard as they freaking humanly can. And if they hit the gigantic center marble, they pass. But if they don't, they are eliminated. So, this is where a true test begins. Now the games are starting to get much more serious. So, every single one of the people throw their marbles as hard as they can. And a vast majority, I'm talking almost all of them, manage to get the gigantic center marble, but we still have eliminations. Sophia, player 11, she is eliminated. Mika, player 18, she is eliminated. Eddie Brock, he is eliminated. Doofenshmirtz, he's eliminated. Joe from the Claimers, he's eliminated. Eugene Porter, he's eliminated. Stone Cold Steve Austin is eliminated. Now, if this were Prime Stone Cold Steve Austin, maybe. But even then, it's like, eh. Paul and Jimmy are both eliminated. Jack and Annie are eliminated. Mowgli is eliminated. John Dory is eliminated. Joe is eliminated. Long John Silver from the Muppets, he is eliminated. Burger Beard is eliminated. Pacha is eliminated. Tracy is eliminated. Sid is eliminated. Jerry is eliminated. Pamela is eliminated. Tap is eliminated. Bilbo Baggins is eliminated. Ted, of course, would be eliminated. Alec Baldwin is eliminated. And last but not least, Teddy is eliminated. And this hit Shen because he thought he had an ally in Teddy, even though, like his allies, his henchmen, he probably would have just ended up killing Teddy anyway. He had no combat experience whatsoever, so if anything, his brain was the best thing going for him in their partnership. But it still disappoints Shen. He would have expected more from a creature he's never seen. And that says a lot considering who he is against in this contest. This marble game and all these other games have been trifles for him. So, he'll just have to either find a new ally or usurp the games for himself. But make no mistake, when he does win these games, Poe and everyone else will bow to him. So everyone is back to the main room. And a monitor shows up in the room. A hooded man introduces himself with all kinds of colored hair and a look that everybody thought that they saw, like, unbelievably strange when they all met each other and started these games with these guards and so on. But this man on this monitor, whoever he is, it's like they know he is definitely not normal. And the man introduces himself as the head honcho of the games, named after him, of course, Omni. And his further identity is to be kept secret, unless the winner of the Omni games, they get to figure out specifically, along with their prize up there. But he has now shown himself to everybody for one single solitary reason. Everybody who is left is 50% done with the games. So now he says they might have thought that it's been easy thus far, but from here on out, the games are going to be anything but easy. And he hopes that everyone, over the 300 people that are still alive, have prepared themselves. Because if they really want that prize, and the added bonus, as he's already pointed out, they are going to need a lot more skill, precision, speed, thinking, and overall survivability maneuvers than they have at all shown since these games begun, and that every single one of them was called here for a reason. But he can say no more. All he can tell them now is for the games to continue, and he hopes to see whoever the winner is. He will touch back with them from now on till the end of the games. So, he is hoping what he has already seen from these people is going to be amplified millions of fold. So, let the Omni games continue. As they all step into a room with nothing in it except 2 stands and a center rope tack and a gigantic Omni rope lied out and stretched to both sides of this whole thing. This is going to be the Omni tug of war. But that's all for now. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the marble game. Kind of shorter, like the more or less red light, green light. But it wasn't really much to put for the marble game, considering it's a free-for-all. So I pretty much decided to wing it. And I think I did pretty good overall. So with that said, who do you guys think is going to win the games going onwards? Alliances, and just overall, how will the games further in your guys' opinion? And with that said, now that we are 50%, anything could happen. So, make sure to catch up with everything you haven't, put your decisions and ideas and overall theories in the comments, and stay tuned for the Omni Tug of War next time. Hey guys, Nick here. Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and the next episode for Nick's Omni Games. Be sure before we get started, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, check out the About Heaven homepage so you don't miss anything for the Omniverse in its entirety, and be sure to catch up with the roster video, the prologue, and all the prior episodes so you know exactly what's going on. Now with Tug of War and the games getting real, let's dive in. We get to the place where Tug of War is going to be taking place. And now we're going to get into the teams of 10 and see who is really going to come out on top. So, we get to the first team. Now, on one hand, we have Casey, a super spy freaking just pro in the field of knowing survivability and just very tough situations. We have a giant chicken, we have a captain, and we have Roman Reigns, the tribal chief, along with a Power Ranger in the form of Mia. But on the other team, it's just way more driven than that. We have Hiro Hamada, who is in a freaking futuristic town where he could basically make freaking skyscrapers in 2 seconds with the freaking microbots and just literally turn anyone he wants to into an Avenger. We have the Mario and Luigi freaking twins. We have Leonardo, a freaking hard-driven leader. We have a Power Ranger. We have a freaking brutalizer in Raquel Rodriguez. We have Gunnery Sergeant Hartman. We have Mr. Krabs and his greed for money, which can help drive the team. And we have the quick thinking and just overall resourcefulness of Capper. Sleet, more or less, just being there to help. And it's just far more than the other team has going for them. So that team dies, basically. So then we get to the next team. This team fight is very, 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 very even. Because you got Becky Lynch, you have Tiffany Stratton, Mrs. Puff, you have Aaron, you have Captain Will Turner, you have Elijah, Agent Strom, but not too much is going in terms of her turning over the field, except Brock Lesnar, Norman Osborn, Carl, kind of, Jack, kind of, Mercer, Susie and Yummy Mash, kind of, Little Rock trying to more or less guide the team, and then Bella more or less getting her groove in. But no side seems to be taking the holding edge until Norman's goblin starts messing with his mind. Now, obviously, he doesn't have the bombs, he doesn't have the knives, he doesn't have the weapons, he doesn't have the true, goblin technology on him, but that part of him is still flicks on and off. It's basically what keeps him going through the games. And now, in this tug of war, when this team needs it the most, it's just boom. It just flicks right on, and that gives that team the adrenaline rush they need. And with Brock Lesnar leading it, they just yank the rope and all the other people just fall down. So yeah, it's just that one thing that they needed. So then we get to the next team. The only thing that the team on the right has going for them is Kevin, Damian Priest, kind of Lauren, kind of McJuggernuggets, kind of Dwight, and then maybe kind of Fiona. But on the other team, it's I say kind of because I'm trying to be as nice as freaking possible. Because you have CM Punk, you have Alexa Bliss, you have Sam, you have Black Widow, you have Green Arrow, you have Red Skull, you have Brian, which can lead, you have Mad Max Craziness, and more or less Rue's just kind of there, but, her state. So, yeah. I could say that Steve could level the field in some way, shape, or form on the other team, but it's just, no. It's just far more on the left field than the right. So, yeah. All the people on the right die. Then we get a team matchup that's almost no freaking contest. The only thing you have going on the right is Master Udon, you have Emily, Mark Hoffman, Jay Uso, and then kind of Randy. I would say, don't even make fun of me for this. I would say Barney's size could probably, maybe, possibly give them the head, but it's just doesn't even matter. You have Rick, you have Lance, you have Barbosa, you have Pete, you have Doc Ock, you have Josiah, Gothel. The entire freaking team makes any and all hope for the right side just completely freaking pointless. Especially when you have people like Pete, Rick, Bray Wyatt, Cody Rhodes, Nightwing. It's just, It's not even a freaking contest. Some of these I'm being real nice to try to think any and all ways that they could make it out, but when you know that team is freaking done, you can't really make them any way, shape, or form survive something that's just, they're dead. Then we get to the next team. Now, this one is close to an even fight, in a way, because you have the Grinch, which I'm more or less going the whole, like, Jim Carrey route and him being the most unpredictable Grinch. You have Liv Morgan, Decker, Jaden, Bianca, Perry could help on many levels. You have Ronda Rousey, and kind of Princess, but on the right side, it's just far more leader and, like, survivability driven. Shinsuke, Melanie, Robin Hood, Mimi Siku, John Wick, Styles, Dennis, even though he's small, still freaking strong in terms of, fish kind, more or less. And Shen, who has lost a partner and is trying to usurp the games, so there's no way, especially if he's looking for allies or way to get his goal, that he's gonna die to another trivial game. And he's bossed it through this entire time. And then Thorin Oakenshield. So, I mean, it's close. It's close to being an even struggle, but especially with John Wick, Thorin, and Shen, and even just AJ Styles, it's just far more on the right side. You could argue that Liv Morgan, Decker, Bianca, and Jaden kind of more or less would take the field along with Ronda to give the team more of the edge, but you also got to consider John Wick and Shen, Thorin. There are far more leaders, and, like, sometimes it's not just all about strength, but the adrenaline rushes and the way you weigh yourself in to tugging on the rope. You can have all the strength you want in the world, but that will hardly mean anything if you don't have the, thinking ability to meander that rope and get those certain people down. So, yeah. Next team, we have pretty much almost a slaughter, if you really think about it, because on the right side, you have a bunch of leaders. A bunch. You have Dr. Eggman, you have Chris Redfield, you have Sherlock Holmes, Jake, Jadis, Daredevil, you have Heel Naomi, you have Mark Kincaid, you have Clayton, but you have Oogie Boogie, the master strategist, cheater, and just know-it-all of every single game, which and where. You have Donatello, you have Murphy, Shane, Miz, Jimmy, Punisher, Edge, Rosita, and Sasha. Yeah, they are far more driven. True, the right field does have the master strategist team, but the left field has the master strategist and strength team to boot. So, yeah, sorry to say, the right side is kind of fricked. So they win. Anyways, then we get to a few sides where it's a stalemate. So, you have on one end Negan, Liam O'Kraken, Kevin, who literally can build freaking jigsaw traps, Aiden, a master hacker and know-it-all of pretty much anything and everything, Daryl, Sam, Axel, a prison strategist, Gareth, Mrs. Loomis's craziness, Nick Clark, and then you basically have Captain, for Bruce, for freaking Juggernaut like Beta, Aaron and Crystal on the same freaking team, Morgan Jones, and just, this is so even of a fight that by the time the bell rings, which they actually get to that point, there's no decisive winner, and both teams walk out alive. The next teams who are up, the same thing happens. Because you have Ezekiel, you have Octavia, you have Rafiki, you have Charlotte, you have Rhodey, Leon, and Antonio. And then you got on the other team, Lexa, Clark. Ironically, on the same team, you have Harry Bosch, you have Markiplier, Sean Yu, John Cena, Joe Hendry, Milton, and Evil Doofenshmirtz and Quagmire's background. So, despite the formalities on both sets of 20 people and these teams, it's too stale of a contest for whenever the bell rings. They're still stuck there. So yeah, they end up, both teams of 20, they end up walking out. So yeah. Then we get to the next sets of 10. And on one side, you got Bellamy. You got B. You got Phineas, Nick Fury. You got Judy. You got Billy Loomis. And you have Croc's strength. But on the right side, you have Rock, you have Troy Otto, you have Randy Orton, Legolas, Henry Hart, you have Krauser, and you have Paige. So, despite Bellamy, B, Nick Fury, and Kronk, and Billy Loomis, again, master strategists and strength. So, it's far more on to the right side. Then we get to the next team, and this was so close. So bloody close to being a stalemate. Very obscenely close, even. On the left, you have Luke, you have Ferb, you have Seth Rollins, you have Steve Rogers, Carl, Governor, Tara, Jeffy, who's literally won twice in Squid Game, if you really think about it. Made it to the end once, almost won, made it through and won the dang games, and you have Sami Zayn, Emil. So pretty much the entire freaking team, there's no reason why they shouldn't win. Unless you look at who's on the right. You have Daniel Salazar and Abraham, who not only know each other, but are just known for their backgrounds, their strength, their cunning, their expertise. You have Beth, you have Walker, and being in a freaking tribe and knowing layouts of games and strategy in and out. You have Gunther, you have Craven the Hunter, a freaking beast. You have Echo, basically a female Craven the Hunter, if you really think about it. And you have Andrea. Now, I would say stuff about Ronald McDonald, but I more or less am going to say that he's the only oddball out in this situation, with Mo ironically playing more of a part than he does, and it's so bloody close. But with the people on the right side, especially Daniel, Abraham, Walker, Gunther, and Craven the Hunter, that gives them just the advantage that they need to get the win. But it's just barely before the bell rings. So, yeah, very close. Then we get to the next parts. We got on one end, you have Maddie Bosch, Nikki Bella, Hitler, who's he's literally a master of armies and knows how to control a situation in and out. You have Mr. Crocker's craziness, Bill Goldberg, Frodo, and Sam, who travailed Middle Earth and freaking went against a Dark Lord and his armies, Merle Dixon, Lori, and Michonne. But on the right, you have Leon Kennedy, you have Chris and his, wackadoodle personality, you have Judith, you have Undertaker, you have Bucky Barnes, and Joe, with both of their metal arms and their superb strength and expertise. Max, and all of what we know about him as a fighter and just a freaking warrior in The Babysitter, and Flynn Rider. I would say stuff about Light Yagami or Wes, but they are still just the edge that they need to go against any and all advantage the left field needs. And this one was not even just barely to a stalemate, but it was getting like to the point of like the just barely to a stalemate. So again, many of these cut it close, but again, not always about strength, and it's not always about brains. You gotta have them almost in the same package, but if both teams do, then it just ends up like the other two teams that were just recently shown, and it's a stalemate. Then we get the next sets. On one hand, you got Stu Mocker, Stewie Griffin, Enid, Victor Strand, Columbus, Peter Griffin, Ophelia, Mia, who has literally went against demons, Aragorn, and Sandy Cheeks. But on the left end, you have Mike, Connie, who despite being, deaf, she went through a lot. Zoe, who's went against zombies. Maddie, who has literally been in a freaking space before. Peeta, who has been through numerous games. Madison Clark, Jimmy Neutron, who is a freaking boy genius. Tarzan, Tara, and Gaston. Strength and expertise well beyond what the right field can muster. Even though it can be considered that they've been through equal, if not more, than the others' experiences. But the left field just has a great amount enough to separate them in their field against the right side. So, again, this one could be considered close to a stalemate, but overall, the left side has it more going for them. But then we get another side of stalemates. You got Alicia, RoboCop, Austin, Fairmere, Bob the Builder, the Iron Esmeralda, AJ Lee, Li Shang, and Jade Cargill. On the other end, you have Triple H, Aladdin, Braun Breaker, Michael in his human form, Psycho Dad, Morales, Tony Stark. And with the people on the right side, you'd think that the left side, this would not be a stalemate at all, especially since RoboCop is ironically the one that kept his team alive. But the right side, the people that they have, even the ones that don't put out the most effort, it's who they are as characters that enable the whole situation to be put into a stalemate. So, by the time the bell rings, they all walk out. Then, another one. You have Emperor Cusco, James Bond, Robin, Rey Mysterio, Sheldon Cooper, Pepsi Man, and Oscar and Katniss. On the right side, you have Truth, Nat, Lydia, Indiana Jones, Glenn, Sydney, Bobby Lashley, Louis Sarah, Alpha, and Lincoln. Considering how many of them have been in wars and survival and their strength, especially the right side, you'd think one would literally outpass the other, especially with people like Kermit the Frog and Camille Cabello. But Kermit is actually one of the main ones that keeps the team really in the middle front with his nimble and quick movement into getting the rope on the left spot. And it pretty much meanders any strength and forceful movement basically just rigged in the middle. And it's almost like the rope is not even moving at all. So by the time it counts down, both teams just can't even pull on the rope anymore. And they just all walk out of there. And then we get to the last team fight. And it's just one-sided. Yes, on the right side, you have Luciana Martinez, you have Dawn, you have Theoden King, you have Rhea Ripley, you have Dr. Gordon, you have Hawkeye, and you even have Jenner. But with Carol, Leah, Carver, Buck, Annabeth, even Oscar is proving a good wheel in this. And Riggs with Boromir and Lizzie and her craziness, and Amy finally growing a spine. It pretty much is almost a slaughter. Even with Theoden and Rhea being like leaders and brutes, it's just the resilience and attitude and more or less lay in of what the left team has keeps them going more so than the right team. And it gets about 30 seconds before the time goes out. Now, that is the last team because, yes, I did miss approximately 9 people. But this is actually just like the last team in the six-legged pentathlon, where the reason that they were eliminated is because there was not enough people to actually go forth and do the game. So, unfortunately, the same is said in the tug of war. Grace, Jack, Carrie, Jeff Dunham, Dakota, Maggie, Mickey, Amanda, and Megan are all eliminated. So, throughout even all that they did and everything. And I'm actually going to exit out Jack because, honestly, you can ignore the fact that he is in the picture. Like, there. In the first picture with the whole, like, Becky Lynch and Tiffany Stratton thing, yeah. Pretty much just take him out because that was a mistake, more or less. Yes, that kind of throws into question about how it would be a stalemate and then into that certain team with Brock and Norman winning. But either way, you exit out Jack or you keep him alive, it really doesn't matter. Jack is more or less just there or he's not. It literally doesn't matter. So he would either die in the game here or he would just be eliminated in the next game. So it was honestly just a mistake. So next to Grace there, Jack, the one in the 151 tracksuit. Yeah, just ignore the fact that in the tug of war fight with Brock Lesnar, Tiffany, Mrs. Puff, and all that, just ignore the fact that he is on the right side. And it still makes sense that the team ends up getting it on the right side, just barely. Anyways, with Jack out of the way, Grace, Carrie, Jeff Dunham, Dakota, Maggie, Mickey, Amanda, and Megan are all eliminated because there's not enough of them, even if they did it 4x4, to do it as a successful game. So they are all eliminated. And with that said, there are approximately 190 people left in the game. And when the people return to the main room, they cannot believe what they are looking at. The entire room, which was purple and pinkish and overall just like, sort of majestic, but at the same time scary. But now it is turned an ominous blue and black. And the number 3 is indicated over the monitor, where Omni, a much more creepy version of Omni, is, and the prize with the 500 billion floats as now an ominous blue color. And as Omni shows himself on the monitor, he says the reason that the layout has changed is because, like everyone has now realized with Tug of War, is that the games are no longer playing around. Now they get serious. So, he now shows himself full front and view. He says, if you want to live, you better give it your all if you haven't. Or don't bother playing the games. Let the final 3 games begin. And the guards who are now completely coated in an Omni style blue, black, and silver, guide the group to a room, the hide and seek room, which is the same exact color as the room that they were just in and as the guards. With the final 3 games and hide and seek being the first one, and how many people were eliminated in tug of war, who do you really think is going to come out on top? Because we are getting very close to the end. And I have to say that now that we're in the final 3, there's going to be more than one part for said games. And it's because we're getting really in depth with them. So I really hope that you guys have enjoyed the games so far. Let me know about what you think about who has been eliminated and who do you think is actually going to come out on top, and your guesses on what you think is going to become of the games getting more and more in depth as the final 3 show us that the Omni games, it hasn't even begun to get gruesome, serious, and into true survivability mode. Not even close. That said, I'll see you guys in the next video. Hey guys, Nick here. Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick, and the next part for Nick's Omni Games, Hide and Seek Part 1 of 2. Because like I said, now that we're in the final 3, there's going to be more than one part for these games. Because they're getting the most epic that you've seen all the games, especially since we're near the end. I know, tough to say that half a year of work has only led to 2 weeks pretty much of content, but hey, it is what it is. So with all that said, be sure to smash the like button and subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and check out the About to Happen homepage so you don't miss anything for the future and just so on of the Omniverse. And make sure to catch up with the roster video, the prologue, and all the other past episodes so you know exactly what's going on. With all that said, let's begin. So we get to the main room of hide and seek, which is the exact same color as the lobby and the guards and Omni himself. Now, I did have a whole thing of the 190 competitors that were hiders and seekers, but if I put that all into a video, it would basically just like doing the roster video part 2, and I do not want to do that unless it's freaking an Omni Games 2. So you guys will just more or less see for yourselves who the hiders and seekers are, which it's not going to be hard to figure out, trust me. So let's get in. And everyone doesn't know that there is not just the fact that they are hiders and seekers in this room. They are going to have to deal with something and some things more terrifying that they have fought thus far. 10 minutes is the time limit. A door opens for them, but little do they know, 5 more doors are in the same room, and they open just as the hiders and seekers are let in. The Ouija finds that he is actually against his brother, and he doesn't know what to do, but like he can't disobey the rules, and Mario's like trying to beg and plead, but like the Ouija can't really control the situation. So just before he's about to make a decision or get punished, a gigantic diesel engine, yellow and black, with piercing red eyes and a gigantic black and red claw, roaring, just freaking books it right towards them. Diesel 10. A much more demonic Diesel 10. Shinsuke is trying to run away, but Rue is the hunter. He tries the red mist, but he is very surprised to see Rue just go right through it, as if she's just unfazed by it. So she just keeps going right towards him. And then Tarzan is going after Aladdin with a giant spear. And this would be a fight for the ages in Disney terms. So yeah, Tarzan is trying to go for Aladdin, but then a giant tail wraps around Aladdin. Jafar? Snake form? Another entity. And he just roars at Aladdin saying, "You really thought you beat me? Well now, let's see you get out of this time." And then Sabor, a very demonic red and black Sabor, goes in the way of Tarzan, but he's not after Tarzan. He's after Aladdin. Because remember, Tarzan is the seeker, so he's not going to get hurt by the entities that show up in this ring. Tarzan thinks about this for a moment. He knows that that's Sabor. He knows that Aladdin's the enemy. But seeing a giant snake and the fact that he killed Sabor is like, it's messing with Tarzan's mind. So he's about to go for help, but then his collar just shocks his neck and his entire body with him roaring out in pain, because you can't defy the rules, and this was a warning shock. If he disobeys the rules again, he's gonna die. So, reluctantly, Tarzan goes to go finish off Aladdin with the help, ironically, of Sabor and Jafar. But then he is grabbed from behind in a gigantic German suplex by Brock Lesnar. A hider, but a much stronger hider, you know? Then John Cena, Austin Theory, and The Miz confront Triple H and Stephanie, who as Seekers have no qualms about going against these three. Truth sees all this and knows that he's a Seeker as well. And he's like, no, John, Miz, they're all in trouble. Especially his childhood hero, John Cena. But then he gets shocked. And Truth knows that if he breaks the rules, he dies. But if John dies, he'll feel even more terrible. Especially Miz and everything. And the fact that Triple H and Stephanie, they're doing this, Truth is very perplexed right now. So, he either decides not to go ahead and help, or he goes ahead and tries to go against Triple H and Stephanie, but he broke the rules. So, one of the guards kills Truth. Truth is eliminated. Rock and Gaston, as hiders, face against Bray Wyatt and Beta. This is a basically muscle mass, like, bunch of four people right here. Like, this is a good confrontation. Then Capper dodges with his tail a boomerang thrown by Liam O'Kraken and effortlessly gets away from him. But what he wasn't expecting was another Seeker to just randomly appear. Nick Wilde, with a bunch of ninja stars, basically on the same kind of level as Liam O'Kraken, catch Capper completely off guard. And with the boomerangs, Capper is no match. So, Capper is eliminated. Then, Buck effortlessly just dodges, outmaneuvers, and just completely overwhelms Robin Hood and Green Arrow with their arrows. And it seems like Buck might actually survive. But then Leon, out of nowhere with his sword, he's very glad to be using in this contest finally, just without Buck even knowing or being able to use his weapon. Even if he did, I feel like it would just smash into pieces. It is just a tooth. Yeah, with one slash, Buck is eliminated. So, yeah, not really a match. Then Pete finally gets to use his magic orbs, his magic frickin' powers from Kingdom Hearts, and Joe, with his metal arm, fights off everything Pete throws at him. But this is his toughest fight he's ever been in. And the guy's just a big oaf. So, yeah, Joe's starting to get put on the back foot, but he ain't giving up to this guy. Mr. Krabs effortlessly catches Oogie Boogie off guard, and before Oogie Boogie can even try to strategically get away from him, or make some kind of deal, cheat, or some kind of, like, alliance with Mr. Krabs, one pinch of Mr. Krabs' claw, and an opening and tear forms on Oogie Boogie, letting all the bugs out of his back, and soon enough, Oogie Boogie, like many of times that we have seen before, is killed because of bug loss. Gunther and Craven the Hunter, even though they were a team before, actually, if you think about it, they were a team twice in this contest, and now they are enemies. How ironic is that? And they don't even know each other. Ronald McDonald and Rafiki as hunters go against Antonio and Mike. And without their Power Rangers swords, this is not going to be easy. Brian and Mother Gothel face against basically two Oscars. So, yeah. Lewis is a hunter against Leon, but he dodges all of Lewis's shots. But he wasn't expecting Krauser to be against him also. And yeah, Krauser holds him at knife point, and Lewis prepares to take the shot and saying that this was too easy. But before anybody can say or do anything, and just the most complete turnabout of all time, Lewis shoots Krauser down, showing that he has way more respect for Leon than he ever will for Krauser. But Lewis broke the rules, so Lewis is shot down. What do you know about that? Eliminated for eliminating someone else for a friend. And Leon just sits there watching. Then we get another team up that is more accurate and much better than Shen and Teddy. Shen and Captain Gut. As Bob the Builder throws a gigantic wrench, and Kermit the Frog just uses his froggy hops and agility, and shows that just because Shen and Captain Gut are very violent, versatile, and very cunning, Bob the Builder is smart on his own terms, and Kermit is very nimble and fast. Then Crystal and Aaron, being like one of the most epic duos of all time, effortlessly strike down Nat and Mordecai. Leonardo and Donatello are very glad to be a team against Daniel and Abraham. Morgan and Eastman go against the likes of Legolas and Walker. RoboCop faces against Pepsi Man as a hunter. Shoots eye lasers, which is something he really never did. It's an add-on that I'm giving him. It's a different universes, Omniverse, so on. But Pepsi Man dodges the eye lasers. But even though he's prepared to face RoboCop, he knows that he is no match for this guy, especially if he's made it this far. But he realizes those eye lasers actually opened a hole, an opening in the map itself. And what he sees in there is a hidden Pepsi. It was like it was there for him. So he goes over, he puts the Pepsi into his own system, either by drinking it or maybe a core opening. It's weird how Pepsi Man works. So honestly, it could just be any way, shape, or form. Anyways, with the Pepsi now in his system, Pepsi Man is much stronger. Obviously, he's not freaking I know people make him God tier and stuff and just make jokes, but realistically, he'd be no stronger than he wouldn't even be able to freaking destroy a mountain. pretty much. He's not that strong, but he is strong enough that he can actually start to fight RoboCop off, since he now has what makes him who he is. Then we get a very conflicting confrontation. Murphy and Nick fight Madison and Alicia, and with Nick against them, Madison and Alicia don't like this. It's like these games were rigged from the very, very start to just pin family and friends against family and friends. But if they don't, they all die. Robin and Nightwing fight, and this is not the first time they've done something like this. So, ironically, they are not perturbed by this at all. Travis and Chris, though, are very perturbed because on one hand, Chris is like, Chris, but Travis in no way, shape, or form wants to kill his son. So, yeah, this is very conflicting. Then we get Bruce and Gunnery Sergeant Hartman against Thorin and Li Shang. Basically all leaders and master strategists and planners. Then we get 4 Seekers, which ironically have no place of finding hiders in this map. Dennis, Sleet, Octavia, and Troy. So for all they can do is either maybe try to help other Seekers or find their way around the map. But ironically, since they're not going to be fighting each other, there's not too much that they can do. Then we get Jimmy Uso and Psycho Dad as hiders against Mimi Siku and Connie going against them. And then Judith and Mo are very, very much on the back foot when they find demonically looking hyenas, ironically the hyenas from The Lion King, Shenzi, Bonsai, and Ed, and they are far more demonic and evil than their original outing. And Judith and Mo know that they gotta go against these frickin' creatures, and these are not gonna be like walkers that they have fought. Then we get Sean Yu and Gareth against 2 captains, ironically on the same side, Jack Sparrow and Barbossa. We get Charlexa in the form of Charlotte and Alexa Bliss against Edge and Carl Real Life Slender. Rick and Glenn are on the same team, going against Ezekiel and Abraham Lincoln, 2 enormous leaders. Then brother against brother, Faramir and Boromir. Chelsea Green and Susie go against the sisters, Andrea and Amy. We get Hero and Tara against Lizzie and Carol never in a million years thought that she would be on the same side as Lizzie again in a freaking dangerous contest. AJ Lee and Paige look at each other very mixed about the whole fact that they are going to be facing each other, but it was bound to happen eventually. Lance and Alpha go against the likes of Beth and Lydia. And Lydia does not want to be pitted against her mom, but her mom's crazy, and she knows her by this point. So she's hoping that maybe there's a way for her to be talked out of this. And Beth hopes that for her too. And Lance, they could care less about him. Undertaker grabs Punisher in a choke slam, even though Punisher puts up a great fight. Randy Orton puts Shane into an RKO. Now, I know it looks like Punisher, but that's just how it rendered. But it is Shane, not Punisher. Because if they both teamed on Punisher, that would be freaking overkill. Undertaker can take care of Punisher all by himself. Katniss and PETA. Now, I know this was oh my god. But, come on. It was bound to happen eventually. Katniss and PETA cannot believe their eyes. So many games they've been put against each other. And now they're freaking against each other. Are you kidding me right now? But they gotta fight, otherwise they're eliminated. Then we get Jade and Bella against Clark and Lexa. And Again, very obvious and like pretty much mounted in team up. Then we get Annabeth and Rosita against Sydney and Zoe. Ariana and Camilla, who never in all their years thought that they would be against each other, but here they are. Then we get Rhodey and Sam against Josiah and Carver. And this is a pretty, not so much combat like team up, but almost completely like combat wise. Like this is like full on hand to hand with all these people. Then CM Punk and Cody Rhodes, ironically on the same team, against Flynn Rider and Max. Yummy Mash and Markiplier find themselves pitted against each other, and Yummy Mash is like, why? But yeah, they gotta. Then Daryl and AJ Styles, which actually, when I did this, one of the best team-ups that I've put in. And it's Michael Jackson and Indiana Jones. Red Skull and Milton find themselves against Michael and Sheldon. Then we have Maddie and Dwayne teamed up with two Dusk Nobodies who they don't know who these creatures are, but they know that they seem like really good allies. And these two, the Iron Mask Marauder and Light Yagami, seem pretty enough menacing that they cannot take them out on their own. So these Dust Nobodies are honestly going to save their lives. So yeah. Then we have Sasha and Mrs. Loomis against Emperor Cusco and Cruella de Vil. Evil Doofenshmirtz and Norman Osborn, still in the Goblin persona, mind you, are pitted against each other. Melanie and Mad Mac, who had teamed before. Melanie is like, I'm going to enjoy this. And Mad Mac, feeling betrayed, says, not as much as I will enjoy tearing you apart. So, yeah. Then we got Leah and Black Widow. Very good team up right there. Bobby Lashley and Rey Mysterio. And honestly, I think that's one of the WWE team ups and like interactions we could have at least gotten a tad bit more of. Then we got a fight that's been talked about, done before, and is going to happen in these games. John Wick and James Bond. And this is not going to be the only time you see this in these final three games. Then we have Bobby and Mr. Eastman. And Mr. Easton, whatever the frick you want to call him. And they're pretty bland Saw characters now against each other. Negan, with Lucille finally in hand again, finds himself against Henry Hart. Harry Bosch and Riggs go against Mercer and Mike. Patchy the Pirate and Wes find themselves against Echo and Morales. Quagmire and Eminem are on the same team against Joe Hendry and Doc Ock. Aiden Pierce and Sam from Transformers go against very brutal brutalizers in the form of Braun Breaker and Raquel Rodriguez. And Bucky, Axel, Little Rock find themselves against basically all children, even though Little Rock is a child. Kevin, Jimmy Neutron, and Candace. And then 3 Dusk Nobodies face Tony Stark, Len, and Ash Ketchum. Now that Hide and Seek has pretty much started, and set a new pace for the games, how will it continue in the next and last part for it? How much more epic will it get? And now that more people, especially after Tug of War, have been eliminated since the games have begun, how have your thoughts changed about who's going to come out on top? How long will new, still standing, and overall alliances share in to the games coming closer and closer to the dynamic omniversal end, as we get even closer to what awaits the winner at the end? I'll see you guys in the next part, and the final part for Hide and Seek. Hey guys, Nick here. Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and the next episode for the Omni games, Hide and Seek Part 2. Before we get started, be sure to smash the like button and subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick. Check out the About tab and homepage so you don't miss anything for the Omniverse's future. And be sure to catch up with the Omni games with the roster video, the prologue, and all prior episodes. With all that said, let's get started. So, we get into what's already delved for hide and seek. The evil demonic Diesel 10 rushes and roars forward with his demonic claw. And Mario, since Luigi is not on his side, he has to brace himself to fight his brother. But his brother is scared, even though he pretty much should know that this Diesel 10 is on his side. But he doesn't want Mario to die fighting him. So the two decide to team up. But the two are stupid to not realize the just pure stupidity that they just did, because the Ouija broke the rules. So the Ouija is shot down by a guard. And then just before Diesel 10 can actually grab Mario and kill him, or before Mario can even process his brother's loss, he is pulled through the portal as time runs out. Shinsuke sees that Ryu has just not moved from, he's tried to attack, but Ryu is perceptive and she's like a freaking juggernaut, especially from what you've seen her just karate and just break down doors like a freaking boss. She's walking through this mist and his attacks like she's freaking high or something. It's like nothing he does is phasing her. Then he pulls out something that he can only do once successfully and can't for a very long time. He was hoping to use this at the very end, but if he wants to do it at the very end, he has to do a small enough portion where he has enough left, but a big enough portion that he kills Ryu. He uses the black mist. Lethal enough, no person can withstand it. So, he sprays out the black mist, and this actually gets Ryu. All of that, seeming adrenaline, all of that, energy that she had, gone. Even the second a little bit of it just reaches her face, she instantly drops down in pain and agony, and within just a few seconds, she dies. So, Shinsuke did not use a huge amount of the mist, but he knows that if he really wants to use it as a final-ditch weapon to win the games, he cannot use it again. Meanwhile, Aladdin is encoiled in the snake, the Jafar snake, and Sabor is just about to lunge and kill him. But Aladdin's already fought Snake Jafar before. He knows him inside and out. So he just wriggles his way out while Jafar's snake is pretty much not truly paying attention, has a sword, and then, just before Sabor can get him, he throws Sabor straight into Jafar, causing Jafar to get attacked by Sabor. And then that gets the two fighting. Meanwhile, Tarzan is completely injured and just broken by Brock Lesnar. It wasn't the one German suplex that got him. Brock is just so much more stronger than Tarzan. Tarzan's tried moving faster than him. Brock just does better. Brock doesn't even have to run because Tarzan's weaker than him. True, Tarzan's fast. He's nimble. He's creative. He's cunning. But Brock is pretty much all of those things, kind of, but way more so than those. He's strong. And that German suplex took a lot out of Tarzan. And along with getting shocked, Tarzan doesn't have too much to go off of for fighting Brock. So Brock just smiles, knowing he's about to finish Tarzan off. But then Tarzan pulls out a freaking crowbar and just boom! Just whacks Brock right in the head. And he thinks that he's about to get the upper hand, but then Brock uses an F5 over and over and over and over and over and over until it is quite obvious Tarzan's face and body and his suit, everything is just a bloody, gory mess. You unleash the beast, you get mauled, basically. So yeah, Tarzan is freaking... I don't even have to say dead. Dead would be a nice word. So yeah. Then Austin and Miz pull out sledgehammers as John Cena leads the surge with his casual, like, you can't see me mantra. And whenever it's evident Triple H and Stephanie don't have that much to go off of, except small moves and Triple H leading the charge, and it's 3-on-1, all three of them, John, Miz, and Austin, ground pound both Triple H and Stephanie's faces into the ground with a triple 5-knuckle shuffle, and just overall have the numbers advantage. So Triple H and Stephanie are killed. Then we get one of the most even fights that you will ever see between Gaston, Beta, Bray Wyatt, and The Rock. This is so physical, so even, and so freaking awesome of a fight that you would want to see, that it's like there's no clear winner in this contest. Then we see Joe is starting to actually recognize what Pete's doing. He's just throwing orbs and just trying to use his mass to his advantage. But Joe has fought way more tougher than Pete before. So this is nothing. But then whenever Joe's starting to run low on stamina and, get tired, Pete uses a gigantic orb and is about to throw it, but then they're both pulled in to the portal as time runs out. Gunther and Craven the Hunter fight after teaming twice in the contest. Craven is just using weapon after weapon after fight after punch after kick, but Gunther just dodges, and whenever Craven leaves himself wide enough open, Gunther just slaps Craven right in the chest, whirls around him in an aerial movement, and gets Craven in a massive chokehold. And if you've seen anything about Gunther, he's retired 3 Legends at this point, it's kind of annoying, but one thing about Gunther is when he gets you in that hold, he will never let go. And he doesn't. Craven fights out of it over and over and over and over again. But Gunther, he just finds ways to get Craven back in that hold. And soon enough, Craven is on the ground, unconscious. But he is so superhuman and so into who he is, like the animal senses and just who he is as a whole, that before Gunther can literally stomp his face in, he whirls around out of the way. And he doesn't have enough energy to keep fighting. Luckily for him, he doesn't have to, because they are both pulled in to the portal. And yeah, they both know that their fight is far from over. Ronald McDonald and Rafiki, without Mike and Antonio's Power Ranger swords, all they have is just, basically samurai combat and all that. But Rafiki being who he is and being a freaking, basically, boss in terms of combat in The Lion King, and Ronald McDonald being basically, in this story, a just creepy, scary killer clown. Yeah, Antonio and Mike don't have much to work with. They are killed. Brian uses his dog instincts to a maximum against Oscar, who just tries to grumble and grouch beforehand and just get Brian to, just think his way out of doing whatever he's about to do, and just, Oscar's not a fighter. So, yeah, Brian kind of has that one in the bag. And Mother Gothel just uses her knife to try to combat Oscar. But Oscar just gets an advantage over Gothel and ends up killing her. And before Brian and Oscar can fight or do anything, they're pulled in. Shen and Captain Gut, whenever the whole wrench, Kermit hopping, and all that stuff is done, Captain Gut and Shen, you thought Teddy and Shen were a freaking epic duo? This is like heightened to 1,000,000-fold. Their combat maneuvers, their teamwork, this is honestly a team up that should have happened a long time ago, and a crossover team up that I don't think anyone ever thought of. Yeah, especially because it's freaking Bob the Builder and Kermit. The fact that they even lasted this long and have to die to these two, yeah, this is almost overkill. Leonardo and Donatello have an even fight with Abraham and Daniel. Walker and Legolas have an even fight with Eastman and Morgan. Pepsi Man, with the Pepsi now in his system, he just starts wailing Pepsis at RoboCop, seeing as his combat doesn't seem to be deterring RoboCop, so he just starts using his power to just throw Pepsis, and he just keeps throwing them over and over and over again at RoboCop, and it doesn't seem to be doing anything. The clonks seem to be hitting him, and it seems to be doing damage, but then one of the Pepsis, actually a few of them, begin to explode whenever they get on him. Like, he's throwing them that hard. And the Pepsi gets into RoboCop's systems and begins to make him overheat. He's actually starting to, get errors in his system. He's actually starting to die. He's starting to break down and just falter. And soon enough, RoboCop, he can't handle all the freaking Pepsi in his systems, and eventually he just dies. He just explodes from all of the Pepsi getting into his systems. Nick and Murphy have an even fight with Madison and Alicia, because also Madison and Alicia don't want to kill Nick, but they gotta make the fight convincing. So, yeah, and Murphy's just there. Nightwing kills Robin, after knowing that, yes, he's lost to Robin before, but this is a serious contest. So he's not holding back, and he is in this to win. Travis, unfortunately, thinks he killed his son, and he's kneeling down and telling Chris, I'm sorry, I never wanted to do this, but the games and you, my son, you left me no choice. But then Travis is stabbed straight in the throat and just dies, showing that Chris was not dead. And he just devilishly smirks and says, you shouldn't have held back on me. I ain't dying that easy. Showing no sign of care that he just killed his father. Gunnery Sergeant Hartman, Bruce, Thorin, and Li Shang fight evenly. And with nothing really to do, no survivors to really help with, and not being enemies, Dennis, Sleet, Octavia, and Troy, they just end up going through the portal, more or less. They don't have anything to do. Mimi Suku and Psycho Dad team against Connie and Jimmy Uso. And Psycho Dad, despite Connie being pretty freaking, challenging, Psycho Dad's just strength, anger, and resolve is way too much for Connie, and Connie is killed. And Mimi Suku and Jimmy Uso fight to a draw. Judith and Mo are so scared at first by the demonic hyenas, but eventually they do very much so prove to be a pretty freaking awesome tag team and kill the hyenas. And it would be really awesome to see. Barbossa kills Gareth just almost effortlessly. Jack Sparrow fights Sean Yu to pretty much a draw, sword-wise. This would be a pretty awesome sword fight to see. Charlotte Flair gets Carl into a figure 4 leg lock, and whenever Carl just cannot fight anymore and he just seems almost unconscious, Charlotte just lunges forward onto him and just, boom, stabs him straight in the heart. Edge tries to go over and help or do something, but Alexa Bliss just grabs him, gets him into a Sister Abigail, and whirls him into Charlotte Flair, spearing him all the way across the frickin' floor. And whenever it's evident that they think Edge isn't moving anymore, Alexa and Charlotte just look down at him, and portal is summoned, and they walk through. Abe Lincoln, Ezekiel, Rick, and Glenn fight to a draw. Boromir sees, unfortunately, he has to kill his brother. And though Faramir fights with everything he's got, he also just doesn't want to hurt his brother. And he also knows Boromir is far stronger and much more, resilient than him. So Boromir kills Faramir. Susie and Amy seem to be getting along, and it's like maybe they're not actually going to fight. And then Susie just, out of nowhere, just gets a weapon and slashes Amy across the chest. And she just looks down at her, dying menacingly, and says, "First rule in these games, you don't trust anyone." And Chelsea and Andrea just stare at each other. Before Andrea can fight, Chelsea grabs her in an unprettier and a suplex. And if that didn't do anything, then Chelsea and Susie teaming together, it's just no contest. Andrea and Amy were pretty much screwed at this point. Hero is killed as Tara, Lizzie, and Carol are all fighting as a draw. But then Lizzie and Tara actually take themselves out, just going at it ruthlessly, with Carol just watching on as a portal summoned, and she just walks on through. AJ Lee and Paige knowing each other inside and out. I'm talking Black Widows, Page Turners, suplexes, DDTs, just fighting in general. This fight is so even that it would actually be the most epic version of this fight ever between these two. And they do one final running at each other clash, and they both collapse to the ground as a portal summon, but the two of them are still just barely alive, and they smile at each other knowing that, hey, they both survived this long, but they will finish this before the games are over. Beth and Lydia manage to outlive Alpha and Lance, and they go through the portal. Undertaker, after choke slamming Punisher and just out fighting him. Punisher is a challenge, but Undertaker has been through just as much, if not more so, in terms of who he is than Punisher. If anything, it would be even at first if Punisher tried to sneak up on him, but Undertaker is just dominant overall, especially after that first choke slam, that even if Punisher mounted an offense, then it's like Tarzan. A sneak attack, one sneak attack is all that it takes. And then he gets him in a tombstone pile driver and does his casual finisher as if to pin him, just to show dominance that he frickin' won against Punisher. And after that first RKO, Shane has had trouble even trying to fight. But it did cause Randy Orton some trouble. But when it's obvious that a few RKOs out-fighting, out-wrestling him, that Shane's not able to fight back anymore, Randy Orton just stares down at him, and then punt kicks him, and then stomps his freaking face in. What a guy! Katniss and Peeta fighting for the quadrillionth time, especially Hunger Games, and finally having to fight each other in these games, pretty much face to face. They made it as convincing as possible and actually proved quite a number on each other, but know that at some point they are going to have to, do the other one in. So they did the best that they could here. Bella is killed as Jade fights Clark and Lexa, and just proving that Bella wasn't really much of a help here. And a portal is summoned, dragging all three of them in. Annabeth, Rosita, Sydney, and Zoe all fight to a draw. Camilla and Ariana fight to a draw. Josiah's killed as Rhodey, Sam, and Carver walk through the portal. Cody, with multiple crossroads, Cody cutters, and everything at his disposal, even stealing moves and just fighting overall. And then CM Punk with a bunch of go-to-sleeps and just the tag team of Cody Rhodes and CM Punk is just too much for Flynn Rider, where Max basically almost does all the work. So, yeah. Plus, the fact that it's Cody Rhodes and CM Punk, like, it's almost no contest, but it is a decent team up, but not too much. Markiplier and Yummy Mash fight to a draw. Michael Jackson is killed. Indiana Jones actually grabs AJ Styles and Daryl's crossbows and then uses his lasso and whacks them both with the crossbows. But before the fight can continue, they're pulled into the portal. Milton and Sheldon are both killed as Red Skull and Michael both stare each other down. Light Yagami is killed because of the Dusk Nobodies and the fact that Dwayne and Maddie are on the same team with the Dusk Nobodies. But there's still one left, the Iron Masked Marauder, who finds a dark ball hidden on the map. And if you guys don't know, the Iron Masked Marauder from the Pokemon movie with Celebi, his main thing was the dark balls, turning Pokemon into an evil Pokemon and their power increased to the highest level. But he wants to test the dark ball now that he's finally got one in his grasp on a new opponent, the Dusks. And he throws one right at the Dusk, and whenever it's released, it is terrifying. Just the pure malice on this Dusk is different than every other Dusk you had ever seen. Its teeth, its head, its whole body is sharp, versatile, and completely menacing to the core. It's a monster. And this Dusk is completely under the Iron Masked Marauder's control, just like the evil Pokemon. And with just one slash of its hands, Maddie and Dwayne are killed instantly. But, unfortunately for the Iron Masked Marauder, as he's getting pulled into the portal, he sees that his creation is disappearing. So he can't even use it anymore. And it's like, okay, that was fun while it lasted. Emperor Cusco is killed, as Cruella de Vil, Mrs. Loomis, and Sasha are all injured. Evil Doofenshmirtz is killed because, yes, Evil Doofenshmirtz is very much so stronger than normal Doofenshmirtz, but Norman Osborn, especially with the Goblin persona, far stronger and far more like driven for combat and just overall far more violence. So yeah, Melanie kills Mad Mac because Mad Mac is, cuckoo, but Melanie is just far more violent and just driven to win this contest. And she's like, well, it was fun while it lasted. Too bad you couldn't last longer, child. Leah is killed as Black Widow, Bobby Lashley, and Rey Mysterio are left. John Wick fights James Bond to a draw and knows that their fight is far from over. Bobby and Mr. Easton, they just both end up killing each other because, like I said, pretty bland Saw characters, and they were lucky to get this far. Negan makes the fight with Henry Hart convincing, but whenever the portal is summoned, he helps Henry Hart up, showing that, yeah, they are still in this, and he still is a kid. So Negan puts respect for Henry and knows that while they still can only have one winner in this contest, he still wants to honor the fact that Henry is just a kid. Harry, Riggs, Mercer, and Mike fight to a draw. Echo is the only one left in her group that she was fighting everybody else in. Doc Ock and Eminem are killed as Quagmire and Joe Hendry face each other. Aiden Pierce and Sam from Transformers are both killed as Braun Breaker and Raquel Rodriguez just stare them down. And Kevin, Jimmy Neutron, and Candace are all killed. And the Dusk Nobodies kill Len, Tony Stark, and Ash Ketchum. With that, we return to the main room, where it is once again changed to an even more ominous color. It is ominously black, pink, purple, and yellow, with the prize and the number both being yellow. And the prize and the number now, the number 2, and the prize are both yellow, and the monitor and the room and just everything else, especially where Omni is dark pink, yellow, and black. Even more menacing. And we are getting so much closer to the end. And Omni shows himself full front and center, with his arms electrifying yellow and his whole image terrifying. And he says, sounding much more evil now, saying that you've made it this far. Welcome to the final 2 games, where you will truly have to put everything that you have gotten through up to your 110% level. Welcome to the final 2 games and your ultimate final 2 tests. Hope to see who survives. And they get to a room, the glass bridge, with 126 people left. With the final 2 games, glass bridge and whatever else the final game may be, who is truly going to walk out of this? I know I keep asking this, but hey, it is truly the number $1 million question. Especially with how the fights went in hide and seek, and just how things, especially after Tug of War into hide and seek, have gotten very much so more violent and complicated. And what are your opinions on the Omni games so far as we dive into the final 2 games and much different outlook on what they have looked like so far? Hopefully you guys have enjoyed. I will see you guys next time. And if you think it's gotten crazy coming towards the end here, you're in for a real one as we close up very soon. Hey guys, it's Nick. Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and the next episode for Nick's Omni Games, the Glass Bridge. Before we get started, be sure to smash the like button and subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and check out the About tab and homepage so you don't miss anything for the Omniverse's future, along with catching up with the Omni Games with the roster video, the prologue, and all prior episodes so you know exactly what's going on. With all that said, let's get started. We get to the semifinal game, and it's the Glass Bridge. Now, we are doing this in alphabetical order. AJ Lee is the first one, looking down. So, she comes up with a strategy. She's going to use her speed, her nimbleness, and her acrobatic maneuvers, especially for how she operated in her own ring, to get across all the way. But her first flip goes horribly wrong. She stumbles after making it across a few glass tiles, and then she goes straight through a weak glass shard and falls through and is eliminated. Alexa and Alicia are next, and they make it across one tile and then jump across and make it to the next. Now, I would go through every single person's success in this game, but there is 126 freaking people left, and there's a 10-minute time limit. So what we're going to do instead is I'm basically just going to do what I did for the cookie game and like just small things in between and more or less just tell you guys who is eliminated besides AJ Lee. Axel, Daniel Salazar, Chris, Sleet, Pete, that rhymed, Cruella DeVille, Chelsea Green, Gaston, and it's kind of funny and poetic. Gaston dies twice, if technically 3 times if you count the live action movie, by falling. So to get all that way, especially in a brutal hide and seek game, just to die by falling through a glass tile is like poetic in a way. Austin Theory, Red Skull, and that's it. With that, we have 115 people left. With that said, we get back to the room, and the ominous color is the most ominous, evil, scary, and freaking terrifying that the remaining people have seen since they started these games. Red, purple, yellow, and green and pink surround the entirety of the room with a huge number 1 above the monitor and the prize an illuminating yellow, green, and reddish aura, with Omni looking even more scary than every single version of him. And he's not in a, smiling mood. He's not in a, sort of toned down mood. He's not in a cackling one, but he is evilly smirking. And with his arms maneuvered in electricity and a celestial kind of electricity-like movement, he stares at all of them full body viewed through the monitor. And he just devilishly says, "Welcome to the final game." And they are brought in a room where they cannot believe what they are staring at. A gigantic, very much so terrifying ring. This is a demonic and very much so different version of the World Martial Arts Tournament ring from Dragon Ball. But it is far more, evil looking. It has the same color as the room that they just gotten out of, the main room. And that's their final time that any of them are going to be in the main room. This is the final game. And this is not going to be like matches and everything like that, like the World Martial Arts Tournament. And this isn't like the Squid Game or the Sky Squid Game. And I actually took a few games out and rearranged, and obviously what you guys have seen thus far. What this is an all-out to the death battle royale. Every one of the 115 people are going to be fighting each other at the same time. You either throw your opponent out of the ring, or you kill them in the ring. Or outside, it doesn't matter. All that matters is that one person has to be left alive. Or, just left. One person has to survive all of this in that ring to be crowned the winner of the 500 billion and the ultimate prize. With that said, which one of the 115 people that are left on this roster are you guys rooting for? And by the way, this is not going to be 1 part. This is going to be 3-4 parts max. So this is going to be the longest, most in-depth, violent, and best game that you guys are going to be looking at. So, who are you rooting for? What have been your thoughts on the games? And overall, what are you expecting for the end game? I'll see you guys next time to prepare for the 3 to 4 parts ending the Omni games. Hey guys, Nick here. Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and the next episode for Nick's Omni Games, the final game, part 1 of 4. Only 2 weeks of the Omni Games, even though the project was, half a year. But despite of its, what it's gotten so far and how it has been portrayed, we are still going strong with this being the heavy development for the Omniverse and this being the final game, and we'll wrap up at the very start of next week. So with that said, before we get started, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and check out the About tab and homepage so you don't miss anything for the Omniverse's future, and catch up with all Omniverse story, the roster video, the prologue, and all prior episodes before you watch any more, because it is absolutely crucial. All of it is connected Omniverse story-wise, so it is crucial, as I've stressed time and time again. With all that said, though, let's get started. We cut to the ring, in which the last 116 people left are going to fight. So, you either have to kill each other and have only one person left that way, or you can also throw your opponent out of the ring. So think of it as a ultimate, very extreme, crossover, Omniverse Battle Royale, Royal Rumble type game. So with that said, let's get started. Braun Breaker instantly spears Aladdin, and you know how Braun Breaker's spears basically decapitate someone the minute he does it. So with one freaking 40-mile-per-hour spear from Braun Breaker, him finally unleashing the dog within him, Aladdin has no answer for this. He is wailing in agony, and Braun just throws him out of the ring. So goodbye to Aladdin. He made it this far. Then Shan Yu and Beta actually team up against Morgan and Eastman and destroy their staffs. But then Donatello catches Beta in the back with his staff, hitting him multiple times, and then Rafiki uses his staff and slams it straight into Beta's eye, blindsiding him and knocking him out of the ring. Then Li Sheng and Shan Yu fight. And this you could consider a rematch from Mulan. And what better time than now? Leonardo fights Shen, and the sword fight between these two would be amazing. Shen's sheer versatility, speed, and agility versus Leonardo's teamwork and, obviously him being a leader and being a combat professional turtle. It's really a freaking good fight, not to mention the both of them are freaking animals. But remember, Shen has an ally. Captain Gut strikes Leonardo in the back, his shell, with his sword. But unbeknownst to both of them, until, obviously figured out a second later, the turtle shells for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are pretty much undestroyable. They've almost, if never, been destroyed or cracked or broken. So this does nothing. So Shen just adds insult to literal injury and slams his sword straight into Leonardo's chest. And this would be a very bad impalement. But Leonardo is not giving up. And he basically ducks himself over. He pops himself up, grabs Captain Gut from behind him, and basically rolls him forward with his hand, throwing him into Shen, and then kicking them both out of the ring, showing that they celebrated way too soon. And Leonardo actually almost falls out doing this because this takes every fiber of his strength, because Shen impaling him, that hurt. It was very lethal. But he is alive, but he is going to have to recover. Gunnery Sergeant Hartman lands a serious right slamming fist into Shan Yu's face, catching him off guard. And then Li Sheng finishes him with a slash across the chest with his sword, and possibly a few extra add-ons. Craven the Hunter and Gunther have their rematch, and Craven is going to make sure that he beats him this time. And Gunther says, no, you won't. He dodges Craven the Hunter's sword slashes and then uses a chop to his stomach again, basically catching him off guard. But this time he's not going for a chokehold. He knows Craven can get out of that, and this fight will go forever. So he sees Craven stumbling after that slap right at the edge of the ring, hoists him by his legs and his waist, and holsters him up for a power bomb, and power bombs him straight out of the ring. So, bye Craven the Hunter. Liam McCracken tries throwing every boomerang that he can at Rick, but Rick just shoots all of them. Like, this is paltry compared to what Rick is saying. A boomerang freaking guy here? Like, really? Rick is genuinely surprised he made it this far. And then Negan comes from behind him with Lucille and just decimates Liam McCracken's face. So he basically Lucille's him. So yeah, bye-bye to Liam O'Cracken. And we have Negan and Rick facing off in the final game. And then John Wick and James Bond continue their fight. But once again, they are dead even. Like, it comes to the point where one is like gotta be weak enough to just fall down because they will not stop. And once it becomes the point that one of them is going to make the finishing move, Leonardo, with enough strength left, comes from behind with a blade and his own, maneuvering around and stuff and catching them both off guard and seriously injured, and just knocks them both out of the ring. Leonardo knocks John Wick and James Bond out of the ring. But hey, they did have their rematch and they were pretty freaking injured. So Leonardo actually, you can't just kill your opponent in here. You got to throw him out too. So yeah. But this was a very big mistake because Leonardo left himself wide open. Rafiki knocks him out of the ring with his staff. And then Donatello, furious that he is the only Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle left on his team, is like, for one thing, he's surprised he outlived them all. Two, like, this monkey fighting whatever this guy is, he just knocked them out. And they have a full-on staff fight, basically, which would be awesome to see. Then we have Daryl Dixon and Brock Lesnar fighting. And I say fighting, but Brock Lesnar out of the gate just destroys Daryl Dixon. He welcomes him to Suplex City over and over again and F5s him over and over again. But whenever it seems evident that Daryl's not moving, basically like Tarzan was, Brock thinks that he's done and that he's not going to pull some kind of crowbar trick, but he should have really taken that into consideration of who he's actually fighting. Daryl Dixon gets one of his blades out and slashes Brock straight in the eyes. And with one hard shove, he shoves Brock out of the ring. But Daryl is like completely drained, and that was everything he had. And AJ Styles, with a phenomenal forearm, knocks him out of the ring. Ironic considering that the two teamed. But as others have said, and like just the whole games are, loyalty doesn't last. You gotta be the last one left. That's what the games are all about. Then we have Pepsi Man and Dennis. And Dennis knows all about Pepsi Man's little tricks, and they ain't gonna work on him. So, all he needs to do, he throws his blade, distracting Pepsi Man, and then just uses his cleats, his spiky cleat boots, and just steps on Pepsi Man. And you would think that this would impale him and he would just die. But instead, he explodes in a huge and honestly very comical explosion of Pepsi, and just it would be freaking funny to see. But hey, logical to who he is, you know? What other death could you ask for? Then we have a look-alike fight. Lexa and Alicia. Lexa gets a spear out, and Alicia gets her weapon that she used, the military rod thing, majig, which that'd be a great way for her to fight against Lexa. Nick goes in to supposedly maybe help Alicia, but Mimi Suku catches him from behind with his own spear and gets him straight through the heart, killing Nick. Not me. And then, after that, Madison, seeing this, seeing her son is now dead, goes in to go stop Mimi Suku. But Clark stops her, holding her at gunpoint. Then we have Joe versus Bucky. Metal arm versus metal arm. But if anybody knows anything about Joe, filler character or not to RE7, he is broken when it comes to combat maneuvers. And yes, Bucky is the freaking Winter Soldier, but Joe, he's on a whole new level. He does get thrown off by Bucky for a time, but not enough. He charges his metal arm, and with the full ferocity of the teched arm, he just freaking slams his fist straight across Bucky's, and just like Jack at the end of RE7, his whole pretty much top of his body is just decimated and thrown and shattered and exploded across and outside the ring. So yeah, very graphic. Then we have John Cena and The Rock. So yeah, who would have thought these two would be fighting in this tournament? Wacky, huh? We get Rock Bottom after STF, after sharpshooter, shoulder tackles, people's elbows, attitude adjustments. But then Cena does what he failed to do the first time he fought The Rock, what he almost got through with the second time juking him, and what he won't fail with this time. He goes for the people's elbow, and then he does his signature casual, like, oh, you can't see me, and thinking that The Rock's gonna pounce up like he did in their second match, but he has no way of knowing what he's actually looking back at before it's too late. He is speared into oblivion out of nowhere, but it's not The Rock. Right before John Cena thought that he was going to see The Rock get back up, he wasn't. He was about to go for the people's elbow, and then he gets speared into oblivion and then Superman punched by Roman Reigns. And this is a complete and total catastrophe, shock, and bewildering moment to every single person now looking on in this ring. What? Roman died in tug of war. How did Roman survive? What could Omni had to have done with this? And if Roman survived, did anybody else? And with 3 parts remaining till the end of the games, how much more epic and brutal can we expect this to be? And who are your guys' true thoughts on the winner as the closing of the games gets even closer? See you guys in the next part. Hey everyone, Nick here. Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and the next episode for Nick's Omni Games, part 2 of 4, to the final game, the Battle Royale Ultimate 116 participant Battle Royale. With all of that said, be sure, before we get started, to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, and check out the About Tab and homepage so you don't miss anything for the Omniverse's future. And make sure it is crucial that you check out the Omniverse storyline, Thunder's episodes, and the roster and prologue and other episodes of this. It's all connected, is very crucial if you wish to proceed forward. So with that said, especially since we are like literally at the apex of the games, let's get started with the surprise reveal at the end of the first episode. Roman Reigns being alive. Now, no person in this arena who is now looking at Roman Reigns is not asking themselves what the entire F is going on right now. He died in tug of war. How is he back? But it is revealed that yes, everybody on Roman's team died except him. Because Roman Reigns, he was the head honcho in making sure that his team survived. And though it was so close for him, he couldn't make it so that his team survived, but he did. Just by a mere grab on, without anybody noticing, he managed to stop himself from falling into the abyss of the Omniverse below. And he managed to survive. But Omni noticed this instantly and snapped his fingers, and within a second, Roman is pulled to a place kind of like all of the other places that they were just in, but this is no room, and this is no part of the game. Omni has Roman here because realistically, he shouldn't have survived. And Omni looks dead serious about this and says, "You really should not have survived, Roman. I wouldn't have expected that from anyone I pulled into these games." Matter of fact, he snaps his fingers again, and a bunch of guards appear behind him. And he says, realistically, he should have his guards here kill him rather than just erase him or pull him to another timeline or some stupid crap like that. But Omni, he knows all about Roman Reigns, the OTC, the undisputed champion, the tribal chief, one of the most important people he has ever looked at in the entire history of the Omniverse. And that's exactly the reason why he was in these games. So he puts a hand on Roman's shoulder and says, "Don't worry, I am not going to erase you, put you in another timeline, or have my guards kill you. You are permitted to continue the games because you did survive and you didn't realistically break any rules. So you're permitted to continue in the game, but you are not going to be continuing in Hide of Seek or Glass Bridge. You will go at a time most fit for you, whenever it seems most vital that your return should be needed, so to speak." And with that, we see that that time is now because of John Cena's elimination after almost eliminating The Rock. Roman Reigns in The Rock face, and The Rock cannot believe his cousin's alive, and he just saved his life. But just then, out of nowhere, he is speared. But it wasn't Roman. No, this wasn't like a heel turn type thing where Roman's just like, oh, every man for himself, even though that's literally what the game's about. This wasn't Roman. And then another spear to Roman from another survivor. Edge and Braun Breaker now face off because Charlotte and Alexa, they made a huge mistake not seeing that they triple tapped on Edge. Roman Reigns wasn't the only survivor in the games. Edge survived too. And Braun Breaker is the one who speared The Rock. So now the two face off. But then, out of nowhere, Edge is speared and then kicked out of the ring by Jimmy Uso. But then Braun Breaker just rams a spear for himself into Jimmy Uso, knocking the both of them out of the ring. So literally, this was just a spear fiesta. So yeah, a lot happened just then. This is 116 people, battle royale. So gonna have epic moments. Randy Orton delivers a punishing RKO to Harry Bosch. Now, Harry Bosch might be a freaking, killer cop and everything, but an RKO directly to the ring, not being a wrestler or superhuman, he's an old man. This would hurt a lot. And then with one pun kick to the head that he just dropped onto the ring from the RKO, Harry Bosch is knocked out. Undertaker delivers a choke slam, pretty much effortlessly knocking out Yummy Mash. Markiplier then goes in for a punch to the back, but this just barely staggers Taker, who then grabs Markiplier in a choke slam, and before Markiplier can even do anything, he is chokeslammed and thrown out of the ring, joining Yummy Mash. Susie then goes in to help with a sword, but Shinsuke appears out of nowhere and red mister straight in the face, and Susie's just, she's covering her eyes and grimacing, just the normal reaction, not Rue's reaction. And with just a shove, Susie is shoved out of the ring. Jade Cargill knocks out Ariana Grande and Camilla, who want to proceed to fight again, but, them not being fighters, Jade Cargill instantly just one-shots them out of the ring. Paige then catches Jade Cargill off guard and kicks her out of the ring. The Iron Masked Marauder, with the dark ball still in hand, says, "If I can't have my Dusk Nobody, and I know that none of these people are going to be easy to control. If I would have known to do that sooner, I would have, but it's doubtful that it would even work if I tried it. I'd probably end up losing them anyway." So he tries to actually use the dark ball on the guards, but obviously this is not going to work, and over 10, 20, 30, 40 plus guards just ram gunshots at Iron Mask Marauder, not leaving a even speck of his entire being behind, showing that this was the biggest mistake he could have ever made. Crystal and Aaron then have a fight, and they go so even that it's not even funny. Their survivability skills, the fact they've been in the games these long, and just their sheer willpower and bravery, this would be one of the most epic fights, and it would be halted by Echo, who ruthlessly, with her sword and combat prowess, just instantly takes Aaron down. And Katniss catches Crystal off guard and finishes her with an arrow to the throat, knocking her literally out of the ring and dead. So call that a double elimination, alongside the fact that two people were just eliminated. So double, triple elimination. Melanie gets a kill of her own. PETA. And afterwards, she sees Mimi Suku, and the two smile at each other. And it's like, okay, are they what's going on here? And then Mimi Suku shows that this was just a trick to get Melanie to drop her guard. And for some reason, it works. And he shoves her out of the ring. Mario, completely and utterly angry and just villainous after his brother's death, is just throwing weapons and just furiously going after every single participant that he can. And his unfortunate first is Nick Wilde, who is terrified because he's crazy. Really? His brother's death made him that crazy. And with Ninja Stars, his own move that he used, mind you, thrown at him. He dodges them, but then Mario just comes out of nowhere with an axe, and it's done for Nick Wilde. Not me, Nick. That Nick. So yeah, 2 Nicks died. Not me. Anyways, Indiana Jones tries to grab a sword out of Jack Sparrow's hands. They're fighting over it, and this would be an intense encounter. But Barbossa catches them both off guard with a blade and kicking them both out of the ring. And this does get Jack Sparrow, but Indiana Jones uses his lasso and pulls Barbossa out of the ring. So 3 people are eliminated. Joe Hendry then fights The Miz, and it's just a womp out because, like, Joe Hendry is obviously, like, he's fought The Miz before, and he knows The Miz inside and out. So, with his pure knowing of Miz, his fighting, and everything like that, and a gigantic choke slam out of the ring, Miz is eliminated. And with that said, Henry tries to get Rick's gun out of his hand, and Rick is very much so surprised that he's having to try this hard against basically a kid. And then Glenn catches Henry off guard with a wooden plank straight to the face. And this not only, like, severely damages Henry's face and, like, whole skull, basically, but knocks him out of the ring. So Henry is eliminated. Glenn and Negan then face off, because Negan was there too. Bray Wyatt then faces Ronald McDonald, but rather than seeing him as an ally, Bray sees him as a weakness, and with a wooden plank of his own, he just slams, and Ronald McDonald is instantly thrown out of the ring. And he actually goes straight into Negan, but Negan hangs on to the ring with just a fraction of a second to spare. Glenn then stands over him, and Negan's begging, "Help me up! Do something!" But Glenn just grabs his arms like he's gonna help and says, "Enjoy your stay in hell." And he instantly throws him off of the ring. So this would be like the ultimate poetic moment and full justice for Glenn and Negan. And a very good usage of Lion King scene. And then he gets up after throwing Negan out of the ring and sees Rick aiming his gun at him. Cody Rhodes then does a crossroads the same time as Punk does a GTS to Michael, but even though Michael's in human form, we saw what he did in Legion. He just instantly, like, gets up out of it and just starts mercilessly attacking Cody Rhodes. His combat and just everything he's throwing at Cody has no answer for this. And then Punk tries to go in, but Michael ducks, and then running so fast the two of them can't even think straight, Michael lands a furious left fist and throws Punk straight in to Cody. And then with one more furious punch, both of them are knocked out. Then Mike, he attacks Michael from the back with a crowbar, and then he does it again. But this was only a short-lived victory. Michael kicks the crowbar out of his hand, and then, just like Wheeljack did with the Viacon's own hand, he's like, bow, bow, and then an uppercut, pow, with the crowbar, mercilessly attacking Mike. And with that final uppercut, Mike is just done. Like, he was already done, but that just made him more done. Alexa Bliss then delivers DDT after Sister Abigail after just throw an attack to Beth, and Beth is eliminated. With one easy running drop kick and any other move that would make her win, Charlotte Flair beats Lydia. Because let's face it, Lydia is no match for Charlotte Flair. Then we have a very intense rivalry face-off in the form of Charlotte Flair and Paige. But then Octavia comes out of bloody nowhere with a spear, and tries to ram it straight into Charlotte Flair, but she ducks, and Octavia ends up spearing Paige straight in the head, instantly killing her. Then Alexa Bliss just comes out of nowhere and shoves Octavia, but then Charlotte Flair grabs on to Octavia's spear, hoping to, like, wrench it from her, but Octavia uses the spear and manages to swing it in a way that Charlotte Flair missteps, and Octavia uses the spear to drop Charlotte Flair out of the ring. It's like a swinging, like, misstep feature, which would be awesome to see. And Alexa Bliss cannot believe that she just, like, that they didn't just get Octavia. But now, Alexa Bliss and Bray Wyatt are ready to team against Octavia. Psycho Dad kills Oscar, and then Brian tries to furiously bite at Psycho Dad's feet. And this works for a second, but then Brian would either be slashed with the axe from Psycho Dad or thrown out of the ring, or both. But then Nightwing comes out of nowhere, and just with one swift, unexpected, and very powerful kick, Psycho Dad is eliminated. Mario then gets his next kill in the form of Mr. Krabs. So yeah, Mr. Krabs lasted this long. But then Mario's vengefulness and villainous is completely thrown aback and stopped by Black Widow. And I know his design and everything after the one picture, basically, in the roster video, and then the meta AI image at the second part of Hide and Seek afterwards, is not actually Mario, just like I did for the Ouija's death. But that's because SML versions and not Nintendo versions, because of copyright and blah, blah, blah. For anyone who's like, why does this look like nothing like Mario? But had to use the SML interpretations. If you know, you know. But yeah, Black Widow kicks Mario out of the ring, ending him and his vengefulness and villainous. But then Bobby Lashley comes out of nowhere and just rams straight into Black Widow, but Black Widow manages to stay in the ring with her feet. Basically, she almost falls out of the ring, but uses her feet to stay in the ring, just basically dangling there. But Bobby Lashley doesn't notice, and neither does anybody else. So she's thinking that since she can stay in this part for a long time, and she could still, like, get up to see if anyone is there. So whenever the time is right, she will strike back, and she will win this game. With the game proving that these last contestants are bringing everything and far more to the table, and so much crap happening, what has your opinions changed on who you think is going to pull through in this final game? And what are your thoughts on what has been the Omni Games so far as we lead into the final two parts next time, getting into the end of next Omni Games? And I will see you guys in the next episode. Hey guys, Nick here. Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick, and the penultimate to the Omni Games and the final game itself of Nick's Omni Games. And with all that said, be sure to smash the like button, subscribe to the Omniverse of Nick, check out the About tab and homepage so you don't miss anything for the Omniverse, and catch up with the whole Omniverse storyline, the roster video, the prologue, and all prior episodes, because it's all connected and it's very crucial for the story if you haven't already. So with all that said, let's get started. Black Widow has managed to remain in the contest by using her legs to stay in the ring, and the contest has heated up far more than anyone would have expected. Rey Mysterio kicks Mrs. Loomis out of the ring. Either that or he would use a Hurricane Rana, because let's face it, Rey Mysterio would definitely beat Mrs. Loomis. Bobby Lashley just manhandle tosses or rams into Sasha. And even though she tries sniping abilities and like quick movements, Bobby Lashley is a freaking juggernaut and very fast to boot. So yeah, Sasha's no match. And then we have Carver, Rhodey, and Sam fighting, and all three of them actually end up killing each other. So be a very even fight between the three of them. Then Robin Hood and Green Arrow corner Leon and shoot arrows multiple times. So many freaking times, but Leon with his sword is able to fight them off and his speed. Then Abraham Lincoln and Ezekiel team up, shouting together, "Leaders, rise and conquer." And the first two they fight is Eastman and Morgan. Then we have Mo, Judith, and Little Rock all fighting at the same time. Mercer almost one-shots Quagmire because, let's face it, he is far more military-driven, even though Quagmire does have a background, but Mercer is just far more adept in combat and military status. So Quagmire really is no match. Then we have Troy and Norman Osborn, but the Goblin persona switches off, and Norman is left there wondering what's going on. And Troy takes advantage, and with one shot, he kills Norman Osborn. And Sydney and Zoe Parker fight, and their fight is almost dead even. But they both go for gun, and it's like, who's going to shoot who? And then bang! Gunshot goes off. It's revealed Sydney was faster. It was close. Zoe almost had the gun in her hand, but Sydney, far more adept in survivability, far more driven for survivability, and just far better a survivor than Zoe Parker. So, yeah, she's dead. Then we have Riggs and Rosita. But Riggs is surprised when he sees just how freaking strong, fast, and resilient Rosita is. He puts up a good fight, but with one strike of a very, very like weapon to what she used in season 10 and 11. Either that or just in general, a very adept weapon or multiple. Riggs is dead. But this would be a very good fight, even though I wouldn't say even. Then we have Boromir and Thorin fighting in a massive sword duel. Murphy tries to flirt with Annabeth, but this isn't going to work on Annabeth, and she just goes in for the kill automatically. Then Raquel Rodriguez just comes out of nowhere, and she just freaking stampedes her way and just barrel punches Murphy just straight out of the freaking ring. So yeah, probably should have thought that more carefully, Murphy. And with Donatello on the ground after eliminating Leonardo, Rafiki is like, is he going to eliminate him? But he helps him up. And Donatello's like, why are you helping me? And Rafiki is like, because you are a very adept warrior like myself. And I'm sorry about your brothers, but it is a part of the game after all. And he decides to make it up for him by teaming with him, and the both of them working together. And if the two of them are left at the end of the contest after teaming up, it could be the two of them as the final two. And Donatello likes this plan, but he hopes that he can trust Rafiki. So the two of them are going to team up. Gunther then faces Gunnery Sergeant Hartman, and he just scoffs at him and says, "You might be a sergeant, but I am a ring general." And with one chop straight to the face, he knocks Gunnery Sergeant Hartman out of the ring. And yeah, this was completely unexpected. Even if it wasn't just more than one slap, Gunther is just far more stronger than Gunnery Sergeant Hartman. Then Li Shang comes out of nowhere and impales Gunther straight in the back. And then AJ Styles takes advantage of all this and delivers a phenomenal forearm to the both of them, knocking Gunther and Shang out of the ring. But just then, we get a very cinematic moment, and replicating the fight of these two in 2020. Undertaker just staring dead set at Styles from behind him. And with either a punch, a tombstone, and then a kick, or a chokeslam out of the ring, Styles is defeated by The Undertaker. So, yeah. Then Dennis sneaks up from behind Taker and says, "I've got you right where I want you," as the two face off. Rick and Glenn are facing after Glenn eliminated Negan, and Glenn just stares at Rick, completely dumbfounded and angry. And he says, "After all we've been through, even if these games are just one man, you're really gonna kill me?" And Rick's just starting to cry because he doesn't want to. But if they're trapped in these games and there's only one survivor, like almost everyone that he knows that has been in this contest, that is friends and family, is dead. It's like, what's he supposed to do? But just then, a shot rings straight at Glenn's head, killing him instantly, but it wasn't Rick. Carol had done it, and now she has Rick at gunpoint. But just then, Roman Reigns comes out of nowhere and delivers a Superman punch, and it's right at Carol's head, and it knocks her out of the ring and unconscious. Rick, furious by this, goes at The Rock and just tries punching and attacking, but Rock is far more faster, stronger, and just far more adept than Rick. So with a spine buster, a rock bottom, and a people's elbow, and a kick out of the ring, Rick Grimes is defeated by The Rock. Abraham and then Bobby Lashley face off. It's basically two juggernauts, and this fight is extremely even. So much so, the two are on the ground. Now, this has happened multiple times in this contest, but it's just because we have so many people, and a lot of them are very even with each other. So, yeah, Rey Mysterio just comes out of nowhere with a Hurricane Rana, and just, boop, Abraham's out of the ring. And he helps Bobby Lashley up, and the two have already teamed for many a times during this contest, so it's like, okay, are they going to help each other? And then Rey Mysterio just, boop, Bobby Lashley's out of the ring, showing that, again, every person for themselves. Then Black Widow launches herself up with her feet at the perfect moment and kicks Rey Mysterio out of the ring. She was just waiting for that perfect opportunity to get back in the ring and knock someone out. And Rey Mysterio was the perfect chance. Madison knocks Clark's gun out of her hand. After all these distractions and everything going on in the ring, Madison finds the perfect opportunity before Clark can even say anything or deliver a gunshot to knock the gun out of her hand and almost completely crush her hand with the hammer. Then Troy faces Madison, and Troy just starts running towards both of them, but it's not Madison Troy's after. Troy spears Clark, and both of them are out of the ring, showing that Troy actually was on Madison's side, and he pretty much sacrificed himself for Madison. So, yeah. And Lexa is just showing how much more faster and far smarter and better of a survivor and fighter she is than Alicia. With Alicia landing maybe 1-2 good hits, but Lexa's just so much faster. And she has a spear in hand ready to actually kill Alicia, but Madison comes from behind and strikes Lexa with the hammer. Then Alicia gets her military shard and is ready to plunge it onto Lexa. But right when she does, Lexa just backflips over the both of them, surprising the absolute frick out of both of them. And then with her spear, she just, boom, knocks them both out of the ring at the same time. So, bye to Alicia and Madison. Bye to the Clark family. Shinsuke finds the perfect opportunity. If he uses the Black Mist now, he can kill every single one of these people at the same time. But just when he is producing the Black Mist, he is stabbed straight through the mouth by Echo. Knowing about the mist, she's like, oh, heck no. And so no one really dies from it. With it not producing enough to actually, do what Shinsuke planned, Echo literally just saved herself and everybody else left in this ring. Then she faces Mimi Siku. Joe faces Rafiki and Donatello. And Bruce, Mercer, and Leon Kennedy face. Mercer then just turns away from them and tries to talk to the guards and is like, I am a general and a commander. If you let me live, I will serve you, Omni, and produce a kind of army for your Omniverse that you will never see in a million years. Just stop making me compete in this contest. He's basically trying to, in a way, beg for his life. But he was distracted, and this gave Leon and Bruce the perfect chance to knock him out of the ring. Obviously, the guards and supposedly Omni not being interested, and there's no way out of this contest but to do what you are told. So, Mercer disobeyed the rules, and he got eliminated. So now, Bruce and Leon face off. Legolas comes out of nowhere and fires at Leon, giving Robin and Green Arrow the perfect chance along with Legolas to just literally bombard Leon with arrows senseless. Leon has no answer for this. Then it's Arrow freaking City. Robin Hood is killed and got out of the ring. And then Ezekiel and Abraham come out of nowhere and kill Green Arrow and Legolas. Then we have Morgan and Eastman back fighting with Ezekiel and Abraham. Undertaker, with a chokeslam and a strike to Dennis, knocks him out of the ring. Katniss sneaks up on Alexa and shoots her straight in the head with an arrow. Walker sneaks up and jumps from above, getting a sword straight into Bray Wyatt's head. And then Randy Orton delivers a punt kick just to be certain that Bray Wyatt is gone, because he knows all Bray Wyatt's tricks. So, yeah. And then Black Widow knocks out Rosita with her superior martial arts background and just far more stronger of an opponent. We see Mo finally die. Judith is crippled, and Little Rock is near crippled, but obviously far stronger and older and far more better at survivability than Mo and Judith. And with Judith having no more answer, she finally just dies. She can't fight anymore. Little Rock's too strong. And then, bang! Gunshot goes off. And Sydney, she strikes Little Rock down. Thorin and Boromir have a very even fight, with neither one willing to back down. And then Boromir goes in to finish Thorin with his sword. But Thorin, with all the strength that he has left, grabs the sword, and with Boromir still holding on to it, Thorin uses all of his strength, and with sword still in hand, Boromir not letting go, Thorin just manhandle throws Boromir straight out of the ring. But this was all the strength that Thorin had left, and he just collapses in the middle of the ring, dead. Joe attacks Donatello, but in his shell. And even with his metal arm at full power, the shell is just too strong. And Rafiki tries to go in for a strike, but Joe grabs the staff. And then Joe just grabs both of the staffs and is just showing how freaking OP and how much of a boss he is in terms of combat and fighting the two of these guys. But all three of them let their guard down. Roman Reigns comes out of nowhere and spears all three of them out of the ring at once. And one would think that a three-person spear would be impossible, because it's been okay, I've seen him spear at least two people, but three? That's almost like a new maneuver. But yeah, he freaking did it. So Donatello, Joe, and Rafiki are all eliminated. And this didn't come without consequence. Eliminating three people with the spear did not come without consequence. Roman Reigns is actually almost eliminated. Rock just barely has time to save him. But they let their guards down. Randy Orton delivers an RKO straight to Roman's head, which bounces him backwards like a stunner from Stone Cold Steve Austin, and Roman Reigns is actually finally eliminated. There's no coming back this time. No tug of war crap is going to happen this time. And Undertaker comes out of nowhere and choke slams The Rock, who is also distracted, out of the ring. Mimi Suko's eliminated by Echo, who saw Mimi Suko as a good adversary, but a kid all the same, and in no way a match for her. Randy Orton delivers a punt kick to Undertaker, who's distracted after eliminating The Rock. And then Joe Hendry choke slams Randy Orton out of the ring, who was distracted from The Undertaker. And then Walker, who eliminates Joe Hendry because he was distracted. So yeah, a lot of distractions, and it just goes to show you don't have to kill your opponent to eliminate them. And that is more evident now more than ever. Raquel tries to grab the sword from Annabeth, them basically having a wrestling match with the sword rather than just fighting and combat and dodging. But Raquel is too strong, and she uses Annabeth's own sword and goes straight through her stomach. Basically just like how Trunks died in a hallucination dream that Goku had. If you know, you know. Filler, more or less. And just for good measure, Raquel just manhandle throws Annabeth out of the ring. Abraham Lincoln finally falls in battle along with Eastman. So we have Ezekiel and Morgan fighting in very crippled states, but alive all the same. Then we have Nightwing and Michael fighting. And this would be a very good combat maneuver fight. But Michael's a freaking angel who knows more about fighting with human combat and freaking just knowing more about fighting and survivability than Nightwing ever will. And just slams him to the ground and then throws him up like he's a freaking, baseball. And then as he's falling, he delivers a hard left punch straight to Nightwing. But Michael was distracted. Black Widow comes out of nowhere and kicks Michael out of the ring. And then she's going to go for a double drop kick just to ensure he's fully out. And there's no she knows about Michael by this point. He could pull the trick that she did. So she goes for a double drop kick to get her out. But Michael takes advantage and grabs her and pulls her out of the ring just as he is falling out. He wasn't planning on getting back in, and Black Widow fell for it. So yeah. Then we have Octavia and Lexa in a critical ultimate duel of spears and combat, along with Leon and Bruce. And yeah, Bruce might have his combat, but without his freaking gadgets and his weapons, Leon Kennedy is far stronger than Bruce ever will be. So in the end, we have approximately 10 survivors left. We have Sydney, Katniss, Walker, Ezekiel, Morgan, Leon, Lexa, Octavia, Echo, and Raquel Rodriguez. 10 people left in the contest. And that is where the next part and the final part of the games comes to a hold. Who are your thoughts? Final thoughts on who is winning the game? And what becomes of the Omniverse when the winner is decided? Find out next time. Hey guys, Nick here. Welcome to the Omniverse of Nick and the final episode for Nick's Omni Games. Along with smashing the like button, subscribing to the Omniverse of Nick, checking out the About to Heaven homepage so you don't miss anything for the Omniverse of Nick in its entirety, it is absolutely, positively, 110% guaranteed crucial and absolutely important that if you have not already and you've been tuned into the Omni Games this far, it is literally the most important thing that those of you who have not catch up with the Omniverse storyline, Thunders, and the prior episodes, the roster video, prologue, everything, because it is absolutely crucial and it is all connected. With that said, we are finishing the Omni Games today, so let's dive in. We have the final 10 contestants: Sydney Prescott, Katniss, Walker, Ezekiel, Morgan, Leon, Lexa, Echo, Raquel Rodriguez, and Octavia. With that said, let's get started. Morgan, Ezekiel, and Walker face off. Katniss, Octavia, Echo, and Lexa face off. And Sydney, Raquel, and Leon face off. Morgan goes in for clear mode type Morgan and just goes in for the kill instantly, knowing that he must win the games. And Ezekiel can't fight back anymore. And Walker also is no match. Clear mode Morgan is just far too unpredictable, far too dangerous, far too violent, and far too strong. But eventually, he is put down by Katniss, who comes out of nowhere. But then the other three she's fighting take advantage, and Katniss is finally struck down. Then we have Octavia and Echo fighting, and this would actually be the second time that they would be squaring off, and Echo fatally stabs her, both of them going for the kill this time, neither one holding back. And Echo says it might not have been a full-fledged brutal fight like before, but this time, I'm sorry, Octavia, you were no match for me. Not in this setting. And Octavia says, you know what, Echo? You're absolutely right, but you forgot one key thing about the fact that you were in these games with me. You're in the games with Blood Reina. And she fatally stabs Echo over and over, slashing, stabbing, cutting. It's ruthless. She's unleashing full blood red Blood Reina. So Echo has no answer. But Octavia, it took everything out of her, because that fatal stab was far worse than the original stab she did to her in canon. And Lexa just stares down at Octavia, dead. She doesn't even need to double tap. I have a feeling that she would, but the fatal wound and everything she unleashed against Echo should be punishment enough. But I feel that Lexa would probably just end up double tapping anyway. And then Morgan, who has absolutely no strength left and was fatally shot by Katniss, Alexa just beheads him with an axe. His own axe. Raquel Rodriguez, she tries everything in her power. Her size, her mass, her strength, but she is finally struck, shot, and completely killed. Now we have 3 people left in this contest: Sydney Prescott, Leon Kennedy, and Lexa. And 3 immediately go at each other. Sydney Prescott with a gun, Leon Kennedy dual wielding, and Lexa with a spear. Now, Lexa, she has been in the games just as long as these two, obviously, and she knows them inside and out. So, in order to win the games, as a commander, she has to analyze both of them. Sydney Prescott looks like she's almost completely down and out. She looks like she could give at any moment. She looks like she doesn't have much left at all. But this Leon Kennedy guy, he looks like he could still go for days on end. either that or he just looks like he's either faking really, really good or he is really that freaking strong. So Lexa looks at the two of them, surveying them while they're fighting and analyzing each other. And Lexa thinks if she goes after the guy Leon, she'll expend everything and either die or that Sydney girl will be able to take advantage. So it's like, but if she goes after the girl, then Leon could take advantage, and she doesn't know how much fight the Sydney girl truly has, so she'd probably end up expending everything anyway. So it's hard to tell who she should go at first, or if she should just take both of them on at once. So she thinks about this for a long second, and then she makes up her mind. She rushes forward at Sydney. Sydney tries shot after shot after shot, but Lexa was already killed by a stray bullet before. She will never let that happen again. And she manages to go straight into Sydney's heart with her spear, and then she launches Sydney with her spear over herself, basically in a leftwards direction, and goes straight at Leon. Leon shoves the now dead body of Sydney, who was stabbed through the freaking heart with a spear, so ain't no way Sydney is living. He just pushes the body out of the way. But pushing Sydney's dead body basically at Leon was a distraction. Sydney was a distraction. And Leon sees this as Lexa lunges towards Leon at the edge of the ring with her spear. But Leon, he ain't a superhuman for nothing. He ducks under the spear and Lexa, and with his feet pulls a Simba and just launches Lexa over him and out of the ring with his feet. So, with that said, in the ultimate symbol of a climactic and ultimate tournament and the Omni Games in its entirety and a final sequence of events, Leon Kennedy is your Omniverse of Nick Omni Games winner. And he is teleported to a room very similar to how it looked with the tournament and the lobby, but it's not the lobby, and they're no longer in the same room. Omni puts a hand on Leon's shoulder and says, "Well done, Leon Kennedy. You have done it. You have conquered the Omni Games, and you are the last one standing. And I couldn't be more proud to say this to you. But first, Omni uses his magic, and within the flick of both of his hands and a bop, Leon Kennedy is given a new tracksuit, an Omniverse tracksuit. And the both of them embrace, and Omni is proud to say, "Welcome to the Omniverse, Leon Kennedy." And Omni smiles and looks over to the right of him and says, "Now you know why you are on your journey, and why now you have a new person to share the Omniverse with, and to ensure that your journey is all the more reasonable and successful in the long run. You understand that now, don't you, Thunder?" And we see Thunder smiling and saying that, "I now understand, Omni. I'm ready to go and continue my infinite Omniversal quest. And it is very great to meet you, Leon Kennedy."